Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Live's Falcons NFL Draft Party for the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm your host, Kevin Knight, joined by my co-host, Adnan Ikic. We are here to take you through all 32 picks tonight as we dive into this probably very eventful first round. Before we get started, of course, want to welcome Adnan to the show. He's at Say Which Way on the Twitters. Adnan, how are we doing tonight?
I'm excited. I'm very excited. The draft is finally here. It just seems so unpredictable this season. Last year, I had an idea that we were probably going to go Bijan. And remember, in the live shows leading up to the draft, we brought up Bijan every single show. We were talking about Bijan before anyone else. By the way,
Yes.
thank you, George.
Just saying is all. Yeah.
Yeah, but this year I have no idea. Like this year, I don't even know who's going to be there at 8, let alone who the team is going to take. I have my favorites. I have guys I would take. A trade back could be in the cards apparently, or looking at those reports. So, it's incredibly exciting, and also just what we already have our first draft win. They're doing the national anthem right now instead of at 8 p.m.
Hey.
So that's going to save a few minutes there.
Detroit, very on time so far. Big fan of Detroit and the way they're handling this.
Shout out Detroit. So, apparently there's 150,000 people there, which is insane.
Nuts.
God, this sport is just holy shit. The sport really does have this nation by the balls. There's going to be 11.5 million people watching Roger Goodell read names off a card tonight. There's going to be 300 to 800 people watching the draft tonight. I fucking love this country.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think this is going to be one of the crazier top 10s first rounds that we've seen. There's just so much trade buzz, and there's always some trade buzz, but I don't know, this year feels different. It feels like hope that maybe the Falcons actually will trade down for the first time. I think Evan looked into it, and it's since like the 80s that they've traded down in the first round. So real quick,
was it 97?
It was a long time. It was a long ass time.
Very long time.
Before we get too far, I want to real quick bring you guys a word from our sponsor tonight, betonline.ag. Folks, BetOnline is your number one source for all your summer sports this season, from the MLB, golf, NBA, and NHL playoff stats. You can get all the latest stats, news, and scores available as you follow your favorite teams on their path to the playoffs, to the championships, all those great things. Might be too late for those draft props, but if you really want to go and get some DGen draft props in at the last second, I don't recommend betting on the odds right now because they're all the money's probably already been made, but I'm sure you could do that. You could check it out. You could get the latest odds and lines, latest team matchups, player props, and odds on just about every sport out there. So what are you waiting for, folks? Head to that website, betonline.ag today, or use your mobile device to get in on the action. BetOnline, where the game starts. All right, Adnan, we've got a very in-depth and very long show ahead of us, guys. I would expect this to last at least 4 hours, so bear with us. We're going to have some guests coming in and out throughout the evening, and it's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to have a pretty eventful. I think the first 3 picks are going to be very calm, Adnan, and then it's going to just be off to the races after that. And I think we won't be able to take a breath until the Falcons make their pick, whether that's at 8 or later, honestly. So
as it always is, right? There's always a specific pick where the draft actually starts. Tonight, that's pick 4, maybe even pick 5, honestly, because I'm expecting Marvin Harrison Jr. to go at 4. But then it's like the Chargers. I don't know. I have no idea what the Chargers are going to do because, they should go wide receiver. But I figured Harbaugh is just in love with the offensive line, just in general. So Joe Alt is in play. Maybe Brock Bowers is in play. That's one of those things. I don't know who's going to be at 8 because I don't know what 5, 6, or 7 are going to do.
Right. There's a lot of intrigue because especially if you're interested in defense, because there might not be a defensive player taken in the top 8, particularly if the Falcons trade out. And even if the Falcons stay, you would have to think if they're really going off of, best player available on their board, it would be hard to make a case for Rome Odunze not being in that conversation, or someone like Joe Alt if he does fall potentially. So, we could not see a defender go in the top 10 or later, depending on how things shake out. So it could be pretty pretty interesting watching this whole thing go down, and it's going to be live, and it's always going to be crazy, and that's what I'm looking forward to the most is the weird picks, because I remember Cleveland Farrell a couple of years ago. That was a fun, just like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that. Yeah.
Penny
Yep.
for the Seahawks. That was another really, what are they doing? Oh, my favorite, Marcus Davenport for the Saints.
Yep. We thought they were trading up for
Lamar
Jackson. We were very upset.
We were like,
and
oh my God, Lamar's going to be in our division. And then it was for Davenport. Yeah, and before George makes a donation asking, ginger ale tonight is my
preemptive. Cutting off George there. No, we appreciate you, George. And speaking of George Costanza, I wanted to thank George again for his generous donation of these NFL Shop gift cards that we're going to be giving away for those that aren't aware and are here to see us and don't care about the giveaway. That's cool. You can still join. But we'll be giving away a $50 NFL Shop card every day of the draft. So today, Friday, and Saturday, thanks to the generous contributions of George Costanza. All you have to do to enter that drawing is subscribe here on YouTube, join the Falcoholic Discord. The link is in the show description. And then just be present and join the giveaway when we release it. It'll be on stream. And then just be here to actually claim it when we do announce it, because we have to be able to get in touch with you and make sure it's delivered. And we get some Dave meet before the draft starts. I wasn't sure when we'd get our first Dave sighting tonight. Dave, welcome in. How you doing, my friend?
I'm ready, man. I am so ready for this and this to be over. All of it. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm still in the, anxious anticipation mode. I'm not ready for it to be over yet, but I think about 3 hours in tonight, I'll be ready. I'll be starting to look forward to the end. So
yeah. And of course, there's only like 8 hours after that. Yeah.
You're looking incredibly handsome tonight, Dave.
And you yourself, sir, as always.
Especially handsome appearance by Dave. Welcome in, Dave. And there's been so much buzz just today alone. It's hard to keep up with, but we haven't had your take in a couple of weeks. So I'm curious now, that we are just minutes away from the start of the draft. What are you feeling here for the Falcons at the top?
Yeah, I have never been more willing to entertain the possibility of them actually making a trade down, which is something that I genuinely cannot remember the last time that happened in the first round for this team. But where they're at and what they need and all the clamoring that's apparently happening to get up into the top 10 tells me that there's a real chance of that. If that happens, I still hope they end up with the edge rusher of our dreams, whoever that may be. I still think that's where I'm leaning. I do not think it will be Michael Penix at 8. I know a lot of people were really excited about that possibility, so I hate to crush those dreams.
Are they excited about that? I'm not sure.
So. Yeah. But I do think, and I've said this before, I think we get defense probably first pick, possibly second pick. I do expect a quarterback to be drafted in this class. I just don't know where. So I'll be interested to see if the rumors from Albert Breer earlier today about moving back up into the first round, if they're after, say, a corner or if they're after somebody else. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating seeing all of the buzz surrounding the Falcons, because I feel like the Falcons haven't been involved in this much trade buzz and as long as I can remember. I mean, I remember in 2021 there was a little bit of buzz about the Lions trying to get pick 4 from the Falcons, and that ended up not materializing because the Falcons stayed and picked Kyle Pitts. But I feel like the last couple of years we've sort of wanted it to be a thing, like a trade down, but there really hasn't been much smoke surrounding it at all. This year the smoke is overwhelming, so I'm really interested to see if it actually materializes, because I think Evan had done the research, and it's been since it's been 20 or 30 years since we've had a first round trade down in Atlanta. So it's certainly not something this team has done much of. Very interested to see what happens there, but also want to welcome in our guest for most of the evening tonight as well. He is Andy Gallagher, our UK correspondent at Andy S. Gallagher. Andy, welcome in. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello. Yeah, quite the introduction, Mark. Not sure I can really live up to UK correspondence, but I'll at the very least be able to just talk nonsense while things are going on.
Yes, well, I appreciate your ability to do that and also your willingness to come on day one of the draft, because everybody's always seemingly doing stuff. And you'd think like everyone would be clamoring to get on day one, right? Because it's such a party. But, I guess other people have to like work on this day and they can't just come hang out with us. So I appreciate that you
don't have an excuse. It's 1 a.m. where Andy is right now.
Yeah, Andy's like pulling. Honestly, it's like overtime for Andy. Yeah, is it exactly 1 a.m. right now? Yeah,
it's just about to hit 1 a.m. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a surprising number of people who will be doing the exact same as me.
Yeah.
You must think, considering it is just an old guy reading names off a card, that surely that's the perfect opportunity to record it, watch it in the morning. But no, plenty of sickos out there.
Oh yeah, you can't beat it's not the same watching it later. I feel like there's a lot of just anticipation involved with the live viewing that you just can't replicate any other place. But you
need that disappointment in the real time.
Yeah, exactly. You got to feel the pain live on stream. That's what we're here for. But I'm curious. I saw you had some tweets, ready to fire off in your drafts there. What's your preferred outcome? What are you thinking right now, in terms of what could actually materialize tonight for the Falcons?
I think preference, as it is every year, preference is to trade down, isn't it? Like, you guys have been doing it for longer than I have, but every year we go into it and we say, oh, this is the year. Trade back a few picks. There's still value. There's still guys we like there. Let's accumulate some more picks. Let's take some more throws at the dartboard. And as you guys said, every year it doesn't happen. I know that there's smoke around it. I'm still hesitant to believe that it happens. I'm thinking, as you guys said, that it's been 30 years since the last time the Falcons did it. I understand there's different regimes, but I mean, if we're being honest, we're looking at a regime. If you look at Terry, he's coming from the Saints, who have gone even longer without doing it. He's kind of built his reputation and kind of learned with Sean Payton and Mickey Loomis, two guys who I think if anywhere in the draft, I think it was the Saints have traded up something like 30 times in a row without trading back or something ridiculous like that at just any point. So I'm hesitant to kind of get invested in the notion that the Falcons are going to move back, but it seems as if this would be the year to do it. With the clamour for team to get up, apparently we're expecting there to be interest in quarterbacks, in receivers, in tackles. Three things that you could argue, maybe aside from receiver, the Falcons are in pretty strong positions with, or not immediately looking to upgrade with. So you'd think that this is the time where you can move back a few slots and kind of just take someone from that pile that kind of we've been, as a fan base, I think we've been struggling to necessarily pick out favourites. Most of us seem to be saying, you know what, if it's Turner or Latu or Mitchell, whoever it is, we're kind of happy with it. That seems like that's the perfect chance to get a couple more picks.
Yeah, it seems like it's lining up nicely for that to happen. I mean, and I went as far back as 19, which I thought was crazy at the time, but apparently now today with the Rams is like the hot button trade idea. So maybe I'm a prophet, as Aaron Freeman likes to say. But even when I've traded back to 19, when you do that in many of the simulators, Latu a lot of the times is still there. That's one of the edge rushers and players the Falcons have been most strongly connected to. And again, you listed off a lot of guys that you think that Falcons would be pretty happy to come away from this draft with. So that seems to me to lead credence to the idea that they're going to want to trade down. And of course, there's the dark cloud hanging over the team about this potential tampering stuff. And are they going to lose picks next year or the year after? And do they want to recoup some via trade? But Dave, I'm curious with you, we heard obviously the tampering investigation is not going to conclude anytime soon. Maybe, next week would be the earliest we could see it. But what do you think about this team and the tampering? And do you think trading down to accumulate extra picks is even more important because they could potentially be losing some in the future?
Yeah, I like to, I like to think they have an inkling of what they might lose next year. And I think if it's anything more significant than a third day pick, you're probably going to want to try to recoup some of that. You don't really want to go into next year, which I view as another pivotal year for this regime. Year 2, Kirk Cousins, it's kind of the final year where we know Kirk Cousins is going to be on the team, given the structure of his contract. I think it's the same thing for Mooney. So you're looking at kind of a tight 2-year window here. You really want to maximize your ability to contend in that window. And if you go into next year down a couple of significant picks, if, again, depending on what this investigation turns up, it doesn't seem like it'll be that hard to prove something happened. Thanks, Kirk Cousins. But what they actually find, we'll see. But yeah, I think that is an important factor here too. I think, sure, you might want to move back because you feel good about the talent you can get while getting an additional selection, maybe even this year. But if you can pick up a second-round pick, a first-round pick, even a third-round pick a year from now, you're probably going to need it a little bit more than you thought you would before a certain press conference featuring Kirk Cousins. So I think that's kind of a big deal.
It'll be more important than ever next year's draft too, because the team will probably be coming off some heartbreaking playoff loss, and you'll want to get the taste out of your mouth there and really try to make it to that next level. Coming off of that.
All I heard was playoffs. I didn't hear anything else that came out of your mouth. Yeah,
you got to make the playoffs before you can have crushing defeats, and the Falcons have had a hard time even getting there. Lately. So.
We made it, baby.
Yeah,
Well, we need some motion. Crushing heartbreak. That's back when this team had motion.
Yeah, that's when you had to have enough investment to have your heart broken for that to happen. So it's been a while since that. So we also had a quick question from Noah C with the $5. What's up, Noah? He says, hot take, we get a cornerback and start making the best secondary in the league. I mean, that's certainly one that's on the table, especially after a trade down, I think. And this is a very secondary focused staff, right? Jimmy Lake has a secondary background. Raheem spent a lot of time in the secondary. They have Jerry Gray as a major figure coaching the secondary. So it would not shock me at all if there is a big emphasis on the secondary with this coaching staff and in the draft. But the most glaring need still seems to be pass rush. And I think we've kind of talked about that for, it seems like forever, that we're sort of waiting for this team to address the pass rush. And I think it was kind of shocking to see that they didn't really do anything to address the pass rush in free agency, just signing James Smith-Williams as like a depth piece. And, the rest of there was obviously some, rumor mill type stuff around that they were going hard after Danielle Hunter, which is what I was wanting them to do. And, they ended up getting beat out by Houston, because he wanted to go home, and not much you can do about that. Right. But we did also hear that Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals is looking to leave Cincinnati, potentially be traded because he wants a new deal. And you start to wonder if, you struck out on Danielle Hunter and you struck out on some trades last time. What about the potential of getting Trey Hendrickson in the door? And, we talked about it a little bit last night on, and I think you and I are both very much into it. But Dave, what do you think about that possibility? He's obviously going to have a cap hit attached. That the Falcons are kind of light on cap space right now. Not that they can't make it if they want, but what do you think about something like that happening as well?
I think the reason to believe it, right, is we know how badly they need help. And also there's regime ties here. I believe that Terry was in the front office when they drafted Hendrickson. Is that correct? Yeah,
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to me, like, that suggests that it's at least a possibility, but I do tend to think that, they won't really go for that unless they strike out on edge rushers here, because I think the plan all along, or maybe not all along, but at least recently, has been get a guy in the first couple rounds and then go out and sign maybe Bud Dupree again, maybe Calais Campbell again. I think those guys are out there. They're kind of hanging around. I saw somebody tweet that, they cut somebody's hair who knows Calais Campbell and he's coming back, which you can't get more reliable than that. So I'm taking that as gospel.
Yes.
And I sort of think that, though, that's kind of how they're going to handle it, the young piece and then a couple more affordable signings, because I do think there's probably a desire, given the lack of restructuring that we've seen to this point, to avoid pushing some of their older guys like cap hits way out into the future, potentially hamstringing themselves in a couple of years. So, you would have to do that to some extent to get Hendrickson. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth asking about, but I think where the Bengals seem pretty unreasonable about this, they don't want to move him. He's threatening to retire, so it might get ugly. And then given the cost of what you have to give up, which might be draft capital at this point, obviously for next year, that you might not have, or that you might come away with like a 2012 Falcons draft where you get like 5 picks and none of them are premium. I don't see it happening at this point. I think that ship kind of sailed trading for a guy like that, but I wouldn't mind being pleasantly surprised, I guess.
Yeah, he's an exciting player. I'm definitely not opposed to. I think what Adnan, what were you saying, Adnan? You gotta make the call at least. You gotta check in, and just see what the price is, see how this goes, because you might as well, just check in. Hey, Bengals, how we doing? How's Trey? How's the family? What kind of picks are we talking? You want to come up to 8 and maybe send us a third, and you can get up here and get your guy. Send us a third along with Trey. We'll make this happen. You know what I'm saying? And that sort of stuff. So, I'm just saying, we're just having a conversation here. That's all. We're just having conversations. So.
Well, as I've learned in the DMs of a few women in the past, the worst that can happen is they say no.
There you go. You're very respectful, I'm sure, and that's what happens. You keep the lines of communication open, and anything can happen, right? And the worst thing that can happen is a no, and then you move forward. But Andy, what do you think about the potential for the Falcons to make sort of an unexpected move like that? I know a lot of people are sort of, assuming that the first round picks are, they could do a pick swap or something like that. I don't know that it necessarily has to be anything like that, and they could probably do it, with future picks. But do you think there's any potential with a move for someone like a Trey Hendrickson?
I think, as Dave kind of alluded to, the Bengals aren't necessarily the best trade partners in general. I know they've they might want to move around the draft, but I think this is kind of like the time to strike if it is, because we've seen over the years. You look at T. Higgins now, who for the last year or so has been saying that he either wants a new deal or wants to be traded, and I'm pretty sure they franchise tagged him in the end, didn't they? Where they're content to just keep disgruntled players just on the roster doing their thing. There was an interview with Andrew Whitworth where he was essentially saying the same thing, and he was there for a long time. You saw with Carson Palmer the kind of similar thing where he essentially threatened to retire before the Bengals would move him, and the Bengals seem like one of those teams that they don't have huge amounts of regime change or anything like that, and is obviously very invested, or has been previously. They seem like one of those teams that they're just content doing things the way they do things. It took them however many years of first-round playoff exits to decide that something needed to change. However many years ago it was, and I think, I don't think they're a team who get pressured into things. I think they'll be looking at the Hendrickson situation. They'll be looking at it and saying, you know what, we've still got him under contract for the next season. There's no real rush from our side of things, unless it is the offer is kind of too good to turn down. Which for a pass rusher who's about to turn 30. I'm not sure there's going to be that offer there, that kind of blockbuster.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you look at what Hassan Reddick ended up going for, and you just see once you get over that sort of, age 30 season, there's just teams aren't willing to send premium picks and money for guys. Teams just don't want to do that, and it's bad business. As we officially see the draft it was so promising, Adnan, with the anthem happening early, but actually the NFL draft kicks off at 8:12.
I was just gonna say, what are we doing? Why can't the draft actually start at 8? I don't.
Every year.
I don't care about 1 a.m. Andy's time. I don't care about Eminem coming out and saying some words. Let's put the Bears on the clock 8 o'clock, you know, on the dot, 10 minutes, here we go. Like, and also the Bears. We know you're taking Caleb Williams.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, what are you waiting for? Yeah.
Like, you're not trading down. Do not take all 10 fucking minutes here.
Yeah, they're all just like sitting there chilling. Yeah.
There always seems to be things coming out saying that basically teams are kind of pressured into taking the entire 10 minutes. They want to drag it out. They want to make sure that they've got all of the breaks in there when these happen, that they get all of these people in. I'm going to come across poorly here and appreciate it's for a good cause. But it's when it gets to about halfway through and it's like, oh, we're bringing out 30 kids here to showcase these guys. And you're like, oh, we don't need to, though, do we? We can do that.
do we really? You know, you doing an F them kids thing there?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, I saw on Twitter the other day that the 1983 draft, which was like the big quarterback draft, started at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. Like, we've, 40 years later, it's like an all-night event where it's like barely about who gets drafted. It's crazy. Like, it really is. I love it. I love this time of year, but it's too much.
I think it's more likely to go to a fourth day than anything else really at the moment, isn't it? Like there's I've heard people talking before saying that they think Goodell would ideally like a game on every day, and to kind of try and frame things that way. So who knows, maybe at some point we'll end up with we'll start the draft earlier and there'll just be a pick every day going from
just be a month
Super Bowl until the season starts.
Yeah, just be like a pick every hour, for like a month. Yeah. Just really drag it out. Just make us all extremely miserable. But I agree. It gets a little silly with how they drag it out for the ads. It's like they're not making enough money or something. I don't understand, what the idea is behind that. But we got a couple. Go ahead, Auden. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I don't mind it on a Friday because that goes 7 to midnight. I'm just saying because it's a work night. Like, we all be up early in the morning.
We got stuff to do. We got recap pods to do after the show ends. Like, come on, NFL. Like,
yeah, like aren't they thinking about us? What about us?
Yeah, what about me? This is about me after all. This whole thing, this whole draft is actually about me and my work schedule. Definitely not about the players whose lives are going to change tonight. So anyway, that notwithstanding, we got a couple questions here. We got Eric D with the $2. What's up, Eric? Thank you. He says, what about trading down with the Jets to potentially get, I believe, he says Jay Johnson. I believe you mean Jermaine Johnson specifically with that. I don't know if they have another Jay Johnson, but I mean, I love Jermaine Johnson, Eric. Like, I was all about Jermaine Johnson. So yeah, I mean, if we could get like a fourth rounder in Jermaine Johnson from the Jets to trade down, or I don't know if I would do it just for Jermaine Johnson to go down to 10. But I don't know. I mean, I consider it. I like it. You're asking the right person, obviously, because I love Jermaine Johnson. So, he hasn't been as impactful as I hoped yet. But, the Jets are also completely stacked. I mean, their first round. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, their first round pick from last year, like, barely played. I mean, it's like they didn't need him at all. So, the Jets are a weird team. So who knows what they're going to do with those guys. But let's see. We got Tom Banyan with the $100. Tom, thank you so much, brother. Thank you for that. He says, what about drafting McKinley Jackson late? Yeah, I like McKinley Jackson. I mean, his athletic testing was disappointing. And I don't think he blew up the Senior Bowl like some people were hoping. So I'm down to take a shot on Jackson. I think he's sort of an odd prospect in that he's big, like a traditional nose tackle, and he's obviously got that length and stuff like that, but doesn't hold up against the run well despite the size. He's more of that explosive penetrator type guy. So he's a little bit of a weird projection, but I mean, I think if you're talking about late in the drafts, then yeah, I think he's got upside. Definitely a guy that I really like. Thank you very much for your donation, man. Really appreciate that.
Can I ask you guys about the defensive tackle situation at the moment? So it's one that there was a bit of talk about. Are the Falcons interested in Byron Murphy? And kind of on paper, you look at it and you go, well, we've got kind of two undersized defensive tackles in David Onyemata and Grady Jarrett, who you're assuming when it's 3-man fronts, they'll kind of pivot to being those ends. And I know that I appreciate you need depth. And I appreciate Grady is kind of coming off a serious injury and is getting older. How much do you think the team is and kind of should be prioritizing getting another person there? And is it a situation where we're just thinking, you know what, just get a body? Because, I mean, if you're looking at it, it's a pretty good draft for, like, certainly for the kind of 3 techs. If you're looking at like Murphy and Newton, and then you look like Michael Hall Jr., who's again another one of those guys who will get after the passer. Is it like, do you guys think it's a priority, or do you think it's just a kind of situation where if somebody falls slim, it falls slim, and actually we probably, depending on the status of the immortal Eddie Goldman, actually let's get a nose tackle in, and kind of that should be kind of the priority on the line outside of pass rusher, of course, interior.
I like Byron Murphy. I definitely think he's a dark horse. You know, the defensive tackle room doesn't necessarily need a ton like right now, other than like a nose tackle. That could be something they address like later. But, you know, next year they're going to have tough decisions to make with the cap and with Cousins under contract. It's like, this is now, you know, we're done with the, like, you know, tons of cap space years. We're into the tight cap space years. And I think having the flexibility to move on from either Onyemata or Jarrett, because you've got another impact guy in here, is probably something they're going to want to consider heavily. So yeah, I'm down with Byron Murphy, and I do certainly like his potential. I like Jerzon Newton a lot too, as like a potential first round trade up type of guy, or if he falls into the second, get up there for him no matter what. Like, do it. But yeah, I also think like they're going to consider interior defensive line throughout the draft. Like, I think it could shock people if they take like Braden Fisk at 43, or they take someone in the 3rd or the 4th, or they even take multiple, considering, you know, like you said, Eddie Goldman is, you know, apparently inevitable, but so far we haven't actually seen Eddie Goldman on the field for the Falcons at any point. So, you know, maybe this is the year, right? But I don't know. But yeah, it is officially Caleb Williams at 1, folks. I know you were waiting and with bated breath for me to announce that, but yeah. But yeah, what do you guys think about defensive tackle, Byron Murphy, and all that?
I mean, I think DT. I don't think it's like, it's one of those positions where you want to have that contingency plan, you want to have that depth, but I don't think of it as like a pressure, like priority position, like a wide receiver or, you know, pass rusher or cornerback or even safety at this point. But I think that's one of those positions where we'll see on day 2 or day 3 if someone falls that you really can't, you know, pass up. You know, I feel like the team would like to come out of this draft with another defensive tackle. I don't trust Eddie Goldman to, you know, not retire for the 3rd straight training camp. But you know, it's one of those things where you sort of let it fall where it may be, as opposed to, like, you know, coming into the draft being like, we have to come away with a DT.
Yeah.
You're not convinced that Eddie Goldman's just had that kind of 2-year Rocky style training
Look,
camp?
all I'm saying is, fool me once, you know,
ready.
on you. Fool me 3 straight seasons. Like, I'm not being fooled 3 straight seasons.
We don't get fooled again, you know. So. Yeah. Well, Dave, what do you think about that possibility? I mean, I know that there's been some buzz with Byron Murphy for sure over the last like week or so.
Yeah, I found it pretty easy to talk myself into that one. And the reason is, you know, your top 3 guys on paper on the interior of the defensive line, one is coming off a major injury. And obviously I will never say like, you should try to replace Grady Jarrett. Like, he can retire, and I'm still not going to say that, you know, he's my guy for life. But between him coming off a major injury, Onyemata showing, you know, some signs of getting dinged up, he's on the wrong side of 30. Eddie Goldman might get a timeshare in Florida and decide to just, you know, leave in August again. We don't know, you know, I respect that, but it might happen. And then you got some, you know, some high caliber backup type guys. So to me, you know, you have to look at that group and say, there's a real possibility Goldman isn't even here. And if injury hits your top 2 guys, all of a sudden you've got a big problem, which is what we had toward the end of last year. So if you wanted to go out and get a guy that you feel like can shore up that rotation right now, and you want to use a premium pick on it, understanding that a year from now, he's either your top dog if it all goes well, or one of those top guys, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it sort of goes back to what Terry Fontenot said the other day, like today's surplus is tomorrow's need, or however he put that. I don't think we're that far away from defensive tackle, the interior of the defensive line, being a big problem again. So if you wanted to pick Murphy, if you thought he was the best defender available, which maybe he is, I would completely support that, and I'd understand where that was coming from. And then if everybody's healthy, all of a sudden you have an elite group up front, and that's great. So there's really not a lot of downside to that pick for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely someone to consider, and I don't have a problem with it at all. I mean, I think you could easily talk yourself into the player because he's so dynamic, and it's a coming need. It's not far away. It's like it could be next year that you need this to happen. So wouldn't be surprised at all if they do that. I mean, it'd be more surprising that they passed on edge, but because I sort of have like Latu and Murphy and Turner and those guys kind of in like a similar bucket. So it's like, okay, I guess they're probably gonna have to view him like as a better player than the top edge guys to consider taking him. But wouldn't be shocking, for all the reasons you mentioned and more. So
also, I do just want to, because we just saw the first pick before the second pick gets announced. I do just want to once again appreciate just that breathtaking trade from the Carolina Panthers last year to the move up, for Bryce Young, the complete panic trade, which was initiated and pressured by the worst owner in all of sports in David Tepper, who was a complete micromanager. So yeah, I think they moved up from 9 last year, right? They moved up from 9 to 1, and all it cost them was DJ Moore, Caleb Williams, and some other draft pieces in exchange for Bryce Young, who jury's still out, in fairness, didn't really look that great last year, and I would not be surprised if Caleb Williams is better this year than Bryce Young this year. So that was just the sort of trade that sets a franchise back a number of years, and I'm glad it was the Carolina Panthers.
There wasn't exactly a high bar to be a better owner than Jerry Richardson was either. Like, wasn't he in the middle of like racism scandals and stuff like this when things kicked off? If this is the views of the Falcoholic rather than me, I'm pretty sure that I'm covered in that. And yeah, he's managed to achieve it. So strive for excellence.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you're talking about a team owner who analyzes every play so he can criticize the play caller, which is just like, well, what are we doing here? No wonder they couldn't get any big names for their head coach either. Like, no disrespect to David Canales, but I don't think he's someone that teams were beating the door down to get to over that coaching search either. But that's a them problem, and one of the big reasons why the Falcons have the easiest schedule in the league is because they get to play the Carolina Panthers twice this year. So let's
hope they keep it going. Let's keep it going, Carolina.
How do we not sweep that?
We're moving on to 2024, Adnan. I'm not dwelling on the past anymore. We're into the future. And speaking of the future for the Commanders coming up, the Commanders pick is in here, and of course the speculation is it going to be Jaden Daniels or Drake May? Curious if you guys have any takes on who that will be here for the Commanders.
I think it should be May, but I think it will be Daniels.
That seems to have been what the buzz has been. That like, I know like Pelissero's tweet was basically saying like the Patriots are prepared to take May. So
we're about to find out
We're about to find out. Yeah. So too late for predictions. I hope you got them in.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where Drake May was always the number 2 guy, and if he doesn't go right now, that's just that 2-year-long draft fatigue of let's talk ourselves out of this. It should be.
And
great.
It is Jaden Daniels here to the Commanders, which is definitely. I'm a few seconds ahead, really.
Yeah.
Apparently, my live stream has actually become faster than Adnan somehow over the past year. But
you've got the Dan Quinn clock that just says now.
Apparently, it just says now at every hour. But yeah, I'll hold off going forward.
Yeah, hold off a few seconds on these picks. I want to react in real time.
There we go. We will definitely do that. But I just remember I did a mock draft in November where I had Jaden Daniels going to the Falcons at 9, and people were like, "Oh, that's way too early. Like, he's a second-round pick." And I was like, "He's going to be a top 10 pick." And now he's a number 2 pick. So, just remember what I told you back in November. These guys always go high. Like, you see a player like Jaden Daniels having the season he was having, and everyone was like, "He's going to be a second-rounder." No, he's not. He's not going to be a second-rounder. So, just remember that. But so Dan Quinn gets his quarterback. Good for him. I'm happy Dan's getting another shot here. Hopefully he won't get dragged down by the train wreck that has been Washington for many years. Washington's got a great opportunity to remake their team. They have a ton of draft capital this year. So now all eyes turn to the Patriots at 3, and we'll see if this Pelissero report that they're just going to take May comes to fruition. I sort of think that they should, but who knows what will happen.
They should, but let's see if they talk themselves out of it. They're not going to take JJ McCarthy, but
He's such a Patriot. He screams Patriot to me. You know what I'm saying?
Like my feed's going to cut off for a few seconds because I'll be laughing so hard if they take JJ McCarthy at 3.
That would be another one of my QB predictions from like November where I was like, JJ McCarthy just feels like a Patriot. So, he does. I'm sure Tom Brady's on the phone right now with Robert Kraft. Like, you got to take my guy. Look at what a Michigan quarterback did for you last time. You got to get him in there. But, I agree. I think it's probably going to be Drake May at 3. And then we'll see if the draft really gets started here with that. But real quick, got a couple more questions in from George. Says two things. First, I think Fontenot and Morris take Dallas Turner at 8. I personally would rather have Quinion Mitchell if they go defense. Second, I know Adnan, preemptively said he was drinking ginger ale. What's everyone else having tonight? So for me, I've got, in honor of our broadcasting, I've got my I'm Ron Burgundy, beer here from Myers Creek. It's a West Coast grapefruit IPA. It's very good. But yeah, it was mostly because I saw Ron Burgundy on the front, and I was like, oh, if we're doing some broadcasting, I gotta channel, my inner Ron Burgundy for this show. But Dave, I imagine you have something exciting on tap as well.
I got a black IPA from Stoneface, which is a place local to me, and it's
Nice.
about 9%. So a couple of these will have me feeling good about the pick, no matter what it is.
You better hope they don't trade back too far.
Yeah, I'm gonna be toast, but I just won't be on the stream. I'll be tweeting.
That's okay. Yeah, Dave will be. I'm sure you'll be typing away, and we'll never know. There might be 1 or 2 more extra chotes in there, but that's okay. We'll fix it in editing.
Nobody will notice.
Yeah. Thank you, George, for that. And then we got Noah C with the $5. Thanks, Noah. He says, what do you guys think the chances are of picking up our boy Lad McConkey? I think if the Falcons were picking a bit higher, the chances would be better. I think they like him a lot, but I think he's going to go too early. And I'm not sure that he's someone they would trade up for, but you can't ever rule that out. So, we'll see. But yeah, I definitely think they like him. But
we do need at least one Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah, so if they want to take care of that early, they could go, Lad in the second round. You don't
have to worry about it on Saturday because, we'll be watching on Saturday to make sure that they do.
Yeah, no, very, very true. We could see the dog quota. It has to be filled. We know this. I think Fontenot and Arthur Smith realized this early. They took 2 dogs early on in their tenure to buy them some goodwill. So, but we'll see how many dogs the Fontenot and Morris pairing ends up adding here. But the Patriots are staying at 3, so this seems to lend some credence to Pelissero's report that they will be taking Drake May. Do you guys think that's what we're going to see here?
They should. I
agree.
I'll be shocked.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I agree. But, it's very little suspense. I think like before that Pelissero report, this was actually going to be probably the first like really exciting pick where it was like, oh man, okay, are they going to trade it? Is someone going to come with a big offer? But, Yeah, probably not. Since they didn't trade it, that the report came out that the Patriots made up their mind. So, it's boring. But yes, they should do this. I was honestly shocked that there was buzz around them trading, because it's like, what are you going to do? You don't have anything at quarterback. Like, you're rebuilding. Are you really just not going to get a quarterback at 3? Are you going to depend on being bad again? I mean, like, the Patriots,
don't
defense.
Jacoby Brissett like that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Jacoby, my bad. But you can't slander that man that way. But
no,
I couldn't see them starting with a new coach and a new staff and just not getting a quarterback. And trading down, till 11 or later, they might have missed out on all of them at this point. So I believe Goodell's going to be making the pick here soon, but I'll let you guys let me know when you know the pick. I won't sponsor it. I won't, spoilers, the pick again.
I'll do a play-by-play. Roger Goodell is walking up to the podium. He has a card in both hands. Now it's in his right hand.
It's $40 million.
We're not allowed to do the play-by-play on it. You gotta be careful.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. This is not play-by-play.
Yes, this is not. This is a draft watch party.
There it is. It was just announced. It's Drake May.
Yep. You guys are way in front of me.
Oh.
I've still got Rick Eisen. Oh no, here we go. Here comes Raj. Yeah, this is obviously the problem with using a UK based stream.
That's true. Yeah, I imagine there's some delay there, just in general. But how bad is your delay for like the actual NFL games? Is it bad?
Well, I have to try and stay off Twitter while it's happening, because otherwise I just like the timeline just going wild with
right. It kind of ruins it. It kind of ruins it. Yeah. All right. Well, you can just let us know when you've seen it.
I have had the pick now. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, it is Drake May. Lots of suspense there.
I'd be interested to see how long you'd waited though.
Yeah. I was like, okay,
15 minutes time.
Yeah. Is it okay? We're still waiting. There's the anthem is happening now. Okay. Yeah. No, but it is Drake May. So now the draft really begins here at pick 4, where the Cardinals will probably be entertaining a number of trade down options, or they might just stick and pick Marvin Harrison Jr., which I think they honestly should consider that. But Adnan, what do you think? Do you think they should stay, or do you think they should?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the offers too. But
it always depends on the offer. But yeah, it definitely, like, Marvin Harrison's the best wide receiver prospect since Jamar Chase, easily. Arguably maybe even better than Jamar Chase was coming out of LSU, but that's personal preference. But yeah, it's Kyler Murray needs a wide receiver. DeAndre Hopkins is long gone. Marquise Brown is gone. Like, that team definitely needs this pass catcher, and now you have Marvin Harrison Jr. falling into your lap. I feel like, depending on the offer, if you don't take him, it's sort of, it's almost negligence. But I do want to say that this highlights the importance of addressing quarterback early in free agency for the Falcons. They addressed Kirk Cousins. I remember we talked about the possibility of Justin Fields during that time as well. But if you're one of these teams that was not picking the top 3 and that did not select, or that did not address the quarterback position, then you're pretty much screwed, like, right now heading into next season. Because I don't know, maybe JJ McCarthy proves me wrong, or Michael Penix proves me wrong. I don't think either of those guys are I don't think any other quarterbacks in this draft are franchise guys. The numbers say, the math says that at least one will be. So we'll see. But right now, can you imagine being the Falcons, not being able to trade up, which it sounds like a lot of teams were stonewalled in a potential trade up, because obviously it costs way too much to move up for a franchise quarterback right now in the top 3. But you pretty much would be talking about the Falcons at 8, either hoping that McCarthy falls, gross, taking Penix, also gross, or going into next season with Taylor Heineke or whatever scrap free agent quarterback they could find. So, there's way more teams than there are good quarterbacks in the NFL. So I'm glad that the Falcons are one of the teams that, actually address the position properly.
Yeah. They're not to spoil anything, but Adam Schefter has reported that the Cardinals will not be trading pick 4. And then right after he said that, the pick came in. So no trade here at 4. I know this was one of the most popular trade up spots, but Andy otherwise didn't want to cut you off too much there. But I don't know if you were.
I was going to say, Falcons, apparently sorted the quarterback position very early this offseason, like far earlier than the league would have liked them to. So
allegedly,
allegedly, yes. Yeah. No, I had someone just absolutely convinced that the Falcons would not be able to trade any future picks because the NFL was holding them all hostage in their investigation, which is an absurd statement to make. But no, the NFL is not holding the Falcons picks in 2025 and 2026 hostage in an ongoing investigation where they have not been found guilty of anything yet. And no, teams will not be afraid to trade with the Falcons because they're worried that the picks the Falcons trade away will be taken, because why would the NFL punish a different team for the Falcons' mistake? Also doesn't make any sense. So you don't have to worry about either of those things happening, folks, just to clarify. But we got Goodell on my screen going to announce the pick. You guys can let me know once you've heard it. It's not, I think, a big surprise, probably more than likely, but
I'm still seeing the shot from above about, man, there's so many people over there. You cannot even see the ground.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many people in Detroit. Detroit really showed out. Yep, I have Roger Goodell announcing as we speak, and he just announced it.
Yeah. Well, I think you probably already know the pick,
we'll go,
Andy.
Yeah, we'll go on your guys.
Yeah. I'm sure you're probably not overly shocked here with the Cardinals taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. Extremely chalk so far. And yeah, the Cardinals do end up sticking at 4 to get their receiver and do not trade. So now we get to pick 5 where the Chargers are up and another team that has been linked to some potential trades.
I know I said the draft starts at 4, but the draft actually starts at 5 because nobody traded up to 4. But yeah, what a pick for Arizona. Like, this is Marvin Harrison Jr. I think maybe the second best player in this draft, right after Caleb Williams for me. And, it's just a perfect pairing for Kyler Murray because, I mean, you're talking about the perfect prototypical wide receiver. Has the size, has the speed, has the route running ability, and, has the NFL lineage, the genetics. And I still remember, I know Georgia won the title last year, and I know that, people get mad when this is brought up, but if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't get hurt in that game, I think we're talking about Ohio State as the national champions that season. But yeah, like this, Kyler Murray's probably grinning ear to ear right now. Yeah. Also, Andy, what are you drinking? George is asking.
What am I drinking? At the moment, not very much exciting. I'm drinking some Pepsi because of the caffeine kick. I do have, I don't know if you, whatever that is.
Okay.
I was I went out earlier and got completely done by the marketing. It was in a bright blue box and I hadn't seen it before. It's apparently a lager from Cornwall in England. So I don't tend to like. It's not some kind of nationalistic thing where I'm in drinking British beers or anything, but it caught my eye, and so we'll have a look at that slightly later once the caffeine's kicked in.
Yeah. Well, do you guys get a lot of American beer over there, or is it mostly like European?
A lot of it is European. We get a lot of like Polish and Italian and German and Dutch and stuff like that. But like we seem to be. I appreciate that IPA is theoretically Indian, but there's a big IPA movement at the moment, and I think a lot of those end up being the kind of hipster ones from your guys' side of the pond.
For sure. No, I heard the interesting story while we're waiting to see if the Cardinals, the Cardinals, that's funny, the Chargers trade this pick or not. But the IPA thing I found out was actually that it was when they were shipping the beer to India from, Britain, it would spoil on the way there. And the only way they could get it to not spoil was to just load it up with as much hops as possible. And then for whatever reason, that kept it from spoiling. Now we know it's because hops have like some minor antibacterial properties. But so that's where this like IPA style began, because the British soldiers would come home and they were like, oh, well, like, where's my, where's my beer? Because they used to hate it, like when they first got it, like everyone who drinks IPAs. And then they got used to it. And then when they came back home, they're like, well, where's my India Pale Ale? And that's, I guess, something about how it got started. It's either true or it's a very good forgery, because it sounds horrible to me.
From spoiling, so it works.
Yeah.
I think just the best thing, just fueled by pure alcoholism, where people are just furious that they can't get their alcohol, so they've just adapted, and fair play to them.
I'm not going to lie. This is giving me day 3 of the draft vibes right now.
The draft is too chalk, Adnan. We got to do something.
This is like the Chargers have got to trade back here, surely. Like all of the rumors seem to be that Jim Harbaugh wants to do what Jim Harbaugh wants to do, which is like take a 300+ pound guy for the offensive line, but when you look at the receiver depth that the Chargers have got at the moment, surely this is a situation where you trade down, especially if teams are supposedly offering a bounty for the pick, get those additional picks and try to actually get offensive line and a receiver, and a good receiver in this draft class, because they can't just keep losing players and not acquiring them.
Yes. Well, spoiler alert, the Chargers will be keeping their pick per Adam Schefter and staying at 5. So no trades in the top 5.
Man, this draft has been boring so far.
So many mock drafts are already busted. Your mock draft brackets are already busted with that. But if the Giants want McCarthy, their patience has paid off, certainly. So we'll see.
Oh my God. Going from taking Daniel Jones in the first to giving him that money to then taking JJ McCarthy, my God.
Yeah,
I know. I was going to say the rumors earlier seemed to be that the Giants would have loved Drake May, and he was he's that guy, and they weren't enamored with McCarthy, but it's the Giants.
Yeah,
God,
I guess we'll have to see.
Everything they've done with, and I know we're still on the Chargers right now, but everything the Giants have done surrounding Daniel Jones has just been such a mess. Like, first, that pick in of itself was just so shocking. Like, Daniel Jones in the top 10. I don't think he was a top 10 type player, but whatever. And then for you to give him that contract after Saquon Barkley pretty much carried that franchise to that playoff win not last season, but the season before last season, and now you're just stuck with Daniel. I don't know. It's just there's some stuff that's worse than being in quarterback purgatory.
Yeah, no, I agree, and we'll see what happens with 5 and with 6. We know that the Chargers will be making a pick. I know, this has been a spot where we've seen wide receiver, we've seen tackle. That's mostly been what we've seen. So yeah, I mean, I know there's been a lot of late buzz for J.C. Latham, right? I can't personally see that. I can't imagine taking
the Chargers taking offensive linemen, and they don't even take Joe Hall.
That would be very Jim Harbaugh. But yeah, no, I can't imagine if they go offensive line that it's not going to be Joe Hall. But I mean, who knows? There's always this could be the first weird pick. I mean, I wouldn't be upset about that. But they also really need wide receivers. So.
My guess, if I was going to predict, I'd say Neighbors. That would be chalk for me, Malik Neighbors. I'd be shocked if they have to take a wide receiver though, right? Their
at some point they do, yeah, for sure.
Their wide receiver 1 is Quentin Johnston right now.
Put some respect on that name. Yeah.
No,
No, I won't. I won't.
No, I won't put any respect on Quentin Johnston's name.
Oh,
I
man.
had Justin Herbert in fantasy, and Quentin Johnston fucked me.
He'd be okay if he could catch.
Yeah, just
unfortunately,
looks
that's
perfect.
It's quite a major part of the role.
It's unfortunately a big part of playing wide receiver, but we got a couple of comments from George here while we wait for the Chargers pick. George says, let's all head over and see what the Panthers podcast is talking about. Oh, wait. Yeah, no pick. Great job, George. He says,
that's actually a really good one.
That's good.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, George. He says, also, he's all for Murphy or Newton with the Falcons. Trenches are how you win, and winning the division should always be the first, or trenches are how you win the NFC South, and the division should always be the first priority. And then he says, now hear me out. What if we go Brock Bowers at 8, okay, to get the replacement for Kyle Pitts? It fills the dog quota. He's a can't-miss prospect. Then his October prediction of Brock Bowers will come true. Come on, Adnan, get on the train for Brock Bowers. Yeah, Brock Bowers could go at 8, but I don't think it'll be to the Falcons. That's the buzz, is that the Rams actually want to trade up for Brock Bowers. So, did you see the pick, Adnan?
I just saw the pick.
Yes. Okay. Have you seen it, Andy?
No. Who is that?
It is Joe Alt from Notre Dame going to the Chargers here. So they do take the top offensive lineman, which does feel like Harbaugh-ish to me for sure.
It's so Harbaugh, but man, my heart.
I know you were all about it. Really, yeah.
I was driving the Joe Alt train. I really wanted him there at 8. I think he's the BPA, but man, I can't believe they passed on a wide receiver. Like, what's Herbert going to do?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly felt like there was no way Joe Alt made it to 8, though. Like, I feel like he was either going to go to the Titans or the Chargers.
I thought it would be the Titans, but I was still going to have the same reaction no matter what if he got before the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a blue chip offensive lineman. You don't always have a chance to get those in every class, so I'm not surprised.
Best offensive lineman since Penei Sewell, I think. And Sewell just became the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history. Another pick the Falcons should have made a few years ago, but you know,
should have taken that trade down. Yeah.
if we can judge players 3 years after the pick, I think we can say that Pitts at 4 was a mistake. But you know,
he's still got time. He's 23. Did you know that?
Yes.
He's still 23. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still very much a Pitts fan. I think the Pitts story is still being written. That's my take. But there's no doubt that the instant return. Well, they did get the instant return. They just didn't get the second and third year return that they were hoping for. But I want to see him with a real quarterback, you know. And now we finally get to do that. So I'm pretty high on Kyle Pitts this year. And I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up.
It's one of those that it just made worse by when you look at the players who were taken afterwards, isn't it? Where you look at when you look at Chase, when you look at Parsons, when you look at these guys, and you're like, yeah, okay. Because but I mean, those Sewell was like quite commonly linked with the Falcons at the time, but most of the calls were Falcons need to take a quarterback there. So I guess it's worked out in the way that they didn't take a quarterback. That's because they haven't really worked out so far.
It's the thing about it is when you are judging players 3 years later, you do have to incorporate opportunity costs. So even if Pitts has a really good season, I don't think he can really do much to justify the selection. And I'm not meaning to make this into a Kyle Pitts bash fest. I hope Kyle Pitts has a great, rest of his career in Atlanta, and I hope he has a great 2024 moving forward. But he would have to end up being better than Jamar Chase for that pick to be justified, because you did take him as a pass catcher over Chase, and I don't think that'll happen. And it's just I can see. Michael Parsons wasn't in play. They needed a pass catcher, but then, you took Pitts over the other pass catcher right after him. But that's neither here nor there right now. We'll see this season. I hope Pitts goes for over 1,000 yards, and I hope he finally starts fulfilling his potential.
Me too. But yeah, we'll see. The Giants are picking at 6. I don't think there was much buzz that they were interested in trading down, but they are picking at 6. The only question is it quarterback or is it wide receiver? That's the more interesting one. But
if this isn't a quarterback, and I don't think it will be.
I agree.
But if this isn't a quarterback, the Vikings surely have to make a move at some point. All of the rumors have been that they got this second first round pick so that they had a bit more flexibility and they could do this. They obviously, as with Cousins departing, don't have a quarterback. Like, the longer they leave it, you'd imagine there's going to be some interest in, like, you look around them, Denver are picking behind them, like immediately after them. The Raiders are picking immediately after Denver. Like, there's some teams there who need quarterbacks. Like, do you want to risk being jumped by one of them and ending up with?
I just saw that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it is not a quarterback at 6. It is wide receiver Malik Neighbors going to the Giants here. So yes, unless the Titans pull off a trade down, JJ McCarthy will be on the board for Atlanta at 8. So Yeah, no, I'm curious to see what happens at 7. I think the Titans could potentially field some calls too. But I think they're in a weaker spot because I don't think they're too concerned about, the Titans pick here. I think most teams kind of feel that Atlanta is the one that people are trying to get up with, but you never know. We'll have to see how this develops. But as of now, guys, we are probably less than 10 minutes away from Atlanta being on the clock. We'll see if they're on the clock permanently or if they do move, but we are getting very close here. So
and yeah, if it's not if the Titans do make this pick, if it's not Odunze, then Olu Fashanu, possibly. They do still need a tackle, even though I think
they're rumored to really like Fashanu. I know that for sure. So I wouldn't be shocked, but
Joe Alt going pretty much hurt the Titans more than anyone, because I think they were really, I think gunning. If he was on the board, I think he would have definitely gone here. But yeah, JC Latham possibly.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know. I think it'll definitely be an offensive player. For what it's worth.
I agree.
But I am waiting with bated breath here for the next couple of minutes to see if this comes in or not.
I agree.
See if it comes in.
Yeah. Well, we did get a question from Wavy2X with the $5. Thank you, Wavy. Appreciate you. They say, not new here, but rarely get a chance to catch the live show. Who is your pick at 8 if we stay? Much love for the red and black. Yeah, I mean, if they stay.
After this one.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who's there. I mean, to me, if they stay at 8, I still think it's going to be either Dallas Turner or Latu. But if Rome is there, I mean, I think you have to really consider it. So obviously there's that. Obviously, the offensive lineman's not in play anymore, but that would be sort of where my mind goes. But I think if they can't trade down with McCarthy on the board, then they were never really that serious about trading down. I think you could get this deal done if you really want to, but. We'll see. All right.
Yeah, I was. I'm choosing to put my faith in the most divisive man in Falcons Twitter at the moment, Jeff Benedict, who has been saying for a month now that the Falcons like Latu, and was saying earlier that that none of the kind of provisional trade offers have blown away the Falcons, and he thinks they will just stay there and pick him. As of all of these reports, we will see. But it doesn't sound as if, from what everyone seems to be reporting, it doesn't sound as if the Falcons are one of those teams who have been kind of like scared off Latu and taking him off their board, which some teams apparently have.
Yeah. No, I agree. It doesn't sound like the Falcons are removing him from their board. That's basically what I heard too, was that the Falcons, well, a lot of teams thought he was good. They saw him at the combine with Latu. They weren't concerned. There were some teams that were concerned and took him off their board, but it sounded like the majority of teams were okay with it. They weren't concerned. He was on their board as a first-round player. So that's sort of where my mind goes as well. You know, I think Latu obviously makes sense with their timeline if they're trying to potentially, you know, compete immediately with Kirk Cousins. But Dallas Turner seems to fit their MO a little bit better in terms of he's got the length and he's that higher caliber athlete and all this stuff. So it's tough to choose, but yeah, I mean, it would surprise me given that McCarthy's here if they can't get a trade done, but you know, you never know. I mean, maybe teams are like, oh, well, he's fallen, so now we're not, you know, too concerned. Now we're not too concerned about anybody taking the quarterback because, you know, the Jets and the Bears aren't going to. So we're just waiting on the Titans pick, and then the Falcons will be on the clock. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, the Falcons. I mean, if we don't trade back here, we're never allowed to.
They're not going to. Yeah, we can cross it off.
Like from now on, I'm making it a rule. No, in future live shows, no more talking about trade backs in the first
we can never entertain it ever again.
You think the simulators should just lock it as an option?
Yeah, it's done. It's not allowed.
No more mentioning the trade backs and mock drafts in the first round. Just it's out. We're not wasting our time anymore.
Yeah. No, we've lost the ability. You know, it's like locked out of the simulator. We no longer get to do it. You know, so Falcons, if you want us to be able to have fun mock draft season, you know what you have to do. But I mean, honestly, it wouldn't shock me if they look at this and say like Rome Odunze is the best player on our board, and they like it. I mean, I'm sure they're going to listen to calls. I'm sure they're getting calls. It just depends. Like, is the offer good enough? You know, is the offer good enough to convince the Falcons to move off their spot? You know, if they really want Latu, I sort of think that you could trade back. Like, I'm not too concerned about someone swiping him before like pick 14-ish. I mean, you never know, but I'm not super concerned about that. If they really want Dallas Turner or Rome Odunze, you're probably going to have to take them now, or maybe you could trade down to like 10 and still get that guy. But yeah, I wonder what will happen here. So curious, we will see. Yeah.
I don't think you can't hate a decision that's just like taking your guy, can you? If they're, as you say, if they're looking at it and going, you know what, like we like Turner or Latu or Odunze or whoever it is enough that we don't think adding a third round pick is worth kind of the risk of not getting him, just throwing draft capital out there, then like you can't hate that the team does it, because as we see every year, apart from apparently this one so far, there are surprises in the draft. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to like turn up and who's interested in who. Like last year, there was all the speculation of, oh, Falcons could probably trade back and still get Bijan, and then the Lions, obviously 2 picks later or whatever it was, took Jahmyr Gibbs. Would they have taken Bijan if he was on the board? Like, possibly. So I think with the like great like simulators and stuff that are out there at the moment, it's very easy to kind of get locked into going, oh yeah, I know we can trade back and we can still get
it's easy. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, well, yeah, it's easy to do that when you can see that on the board he's at 23 or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
I did just see the pick, Kevin.
Yes, it is J.C. Latham, the tackle, going to Tennessee. So officially, the Falcons will have the choice of all of the defensive players. Rome Odunze.
Jim Harbaugh really screwed the Titans.
He got him, man.
Like Jim Harbaugh, I would hate Jim Harbaugh's guts right now if I was the Titans. No disrespect to J.C. Latham, but he's not Joe Alt. But you know. Oh wait, shit! My laptop's about to die.
Don't let that happen.
The laptop's about to die before the Falcons pick.
Well, I have seen the pick, I believe, leaked. So I'm not going to say anything. But I was trying to see if they were trading, but yeah, does not appear that the Falcons will be trading.
All right, don't tip anything off.
I will try not to tip anything off. I'm going to try to keep my face as neutral as possible. How does this look neutral? I don't know. Maybe it looks pained. I'm not sure, but
there you go then. I haven't seen it yet, but
yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
But if the pick's in, then
also disaster averted. I did put in my Chargers, so
good. So we've averted that disaster at least, and we will see.
Man, it will be such a Falcons like type omen for my feed to cut off right as the Falcons are picking.
That would be hilarious. Yes. So, yeah. I have seen the pick corroborated by many, so I am now sure of who the Falcons pick will be. But again, we're waiting. So, what do you guys think? Now that we know they're making the pick, what do you guys think?
I mean, I have Odunze's BPA. I would be very happy with Odunze. Latu is my favorite among the edge rushers. Honestly, I know Dallas Turner got the hype and he won the comp. I'd be disappointed if we took Dallas Turner here, to be completely honest with you. I think Latu's better. And I think Odunze is more talented overall. Man, the Falcons didn't even wait. They got that pick right in.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my opinion on it. Odunze or Latu here, and I'll be satisfied.
Yes. Yeah. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah. Actually, pretty similar thinking. I think Latu is, in my opinion, he's the best pass rusher in the class. Certainly on the edge. Turner's a bit more showing a bit more versatility with his kind of like with being asked to drop back into coverage more, which I know the expectation is the Falcons will ask their edges to do that a bit more than they perhaps have done in the past. But if they do go edge, I mean, we're pretty confident that it's going to be an upgrade on what it was previously. It'll be exciting to actually get someone in there that there's a bit of hope for, a bit of excitement around, rather than just kind of these 1 year solutions. Admittedly, I was excited about Vic Beasley back in the day.
I was too. So, I was big about Vic Beasley. Yeah.
I was also big on Beasley. People are I think messaging me, so I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at it. I'm trying to stay away right now. But I do want to say, if we take Odunze, I haven't seen anything. If he is a pick, I am on record as saying that he was my second favorite wide receiver after Harrison.
Yeah, I love Odunze. Yeah.
So
he is interesting.
It's like I said, the route. I mean, I'll talk about it more if the Falcons took him, but also it would be a win for me because that was one of my pre-writes.
Yeah. No, I mean they have a lot of choices here, a lot of options. I'm surprised they didn't consider the trade down.
They didn't even they didn't even let the clock like go down. It's just like, I guess they really like whoever's here. Arthur Blank, I'm seeing, is in his custom red suit, which, you know, team has lost many a game with him on that suit on the sidelines before. Maybe you should retire that. But you know, that's neither here nor there. So let's you know, let's see what they do. I'm not seeing.
Goodell is walking to the stage. Yeah,
they're showing the Falcons draft room right now. I'm not seeing Rich McKay in there, so that's a good sign.
I like that little barb. Like how you stuck that in there at the end. Great job. Great work by you. Yeah.
Shout out to our Falcons fans who made their way over there. Shout out to my guy Yuri. You know, huge Atlanta sports fan. Shout out to all the Falcons fans who went to Detroit.
Yes. Thank you guys. Fun stuff. All right. Let me know when you've seen it, Adnan.
No fucking way! What the fuck?
See,
is that good or is that a bad?
Why?
That's a bad.
Do you want? I don't want to spoil it for you, Andy, if you haven't seen it. But
okay, yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, we'll wait for Andy. We'll wait for Andy officially. I'll put it on. I'll put it on the breaking news crawl here, so you guys can see it. But
you don't have a great poker face, Adnan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great poker face, Kevin. Yeah. Holy!
I kept it inside. I've been keeping it inside on this whole time. So you know.
you just let me keep talking about Rome.
I did. Yeah.
Yo, this team is stupid.
I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, the Falcons have taken. You've seen it, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand that at all. I think if you've got an older quarterback in, you've made like a heavy short-term investment in him. I don't understand why you'd then kind of double down on the position and invest a very high pick in it, especially for like the age. In the grand scheme of things, the age isn't like a huge concern because you could still have 10, 15 years playing like after he starts, but you are taking an older quarterback who you're then saying you're not going to play for probably at least 2 years.
Yeah. Just in case it wasn't clear, the Falcons drafted Michael Penix, guys. In case it wasn't clear from what Andy was saying, and I know, and Jake Gordon joined us, I imagine, because he's got immediate takes on this. Jake, I heard the pick early, and I didn't say anything for like 5 minutes. I've just been holding it inside, but I imagine you have some thoughts on this as well. Oh, maybe he hasn't joined yet. He's coming in, but no, it's all good. Sorry. Yeah, I was holding it inside for like 5 minutes because I saw it leaked, and so I was just letting these guys talk about all these fun scenarios while I knew the truth. But I imagine you've got some takes too.
Well, I had one of my good friends just text me in all caps, "I'm done with this shit. I'm done with this shit." Like just, and at that point, I knew it was Penix. At that point, what a fucking waste of a pick. 24-year-old system quarterback, multiple season-ending leg injuries. This is a fucking disaster even for this franchise. I'm gonna pull for the kid. It's not his fault, but wow, what a dog shit pick. That's pretty much all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, very candid, certainly, definitely more candid than I would have phrased it. But I mean, I ultimately agree with what you're saying. I think there's a lot of problems with Penix. And I think I was one of the people that was higher on him, and like, yeah, the Falcons should consider, Penix at some point, but to take the fourth quarterback in the top 10, like in the top 10, you have to think that this guy is like an elite prospect, and there's no doubt about it. Like Penix has a special arm. He does. Like his arm is special. He can really spin that thing, but there's a lot of problems with this pick, Adnan. I can see you're itching to get into. So we got a while to break this down. So please, you can go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even. God, this is. I mean, maybe I look back on this and I eat my words. I don't know if I will or won't, but he's 24. Kirk Cousins is locked in for at least 2 more years. So Penix, in theory, is not going to get a single legitimate snap until he's 26. I know everyone talks about the Jordan Love, the Jordan Love method and just like doing what the Packers did with Jordan Love. But one, the Packers didn't spend a top 10 pick on Jordan Love. The Falcons just spent the 8th overall pick on Penix when Rome Odunze is on the board, when you still need a pass rusher, when you still need a cornerback, when you still need a safety. You made a move to go all in on Kirk Cousins, and you're not going all in. Like, you're wasting a first-round pick for the next 2 years minimum. And, I mean, there's the Bears taking Rome Odunze, pairing him with
Yes.
Williams.
Yep.
Yeah, this is one of the very few picks in this draft where I would be like, this is a disaster. And, I mean, yeah, this franchise never ceases to amaze me, honestly. This, like I said, I would love to look back on this. I would love for people to bookmark my tweets and to be like, oh, you're an idiot, because in that case that means I've won. But yeah, I don't think I'm an idiot. I think this is a disaster of a pick, and I don't know. I expected more. I expected more from this franchise, which I don't know why. They've never given me more.
I didn't like the Jordan Love pick for the Packers, and that pick looked like it was a disaster up until the very end, and it ended up paying off for them. So good for the Packers, but
it did it, because and I understand in looking at it from the sense that it's like, oh yeah, they've now got a guy who they think is their quarterback for the next 10, 15 years, and in which case, yes, that does. But then you looked at it and you think, well, they made 2 deep playoff runs with Aaron Rodgers there, where they didn't have potentially a top wide receiver who could help them out because they did this. And I think the Falcons, although maybe you could question whether the ceiling's as high, I think they're in a position where they've basically said we're giving ourselves a 2-year window here with Kirk Cousins. We've invested in him. So I just kind of think not bringing in a guy who doesn't enhance the team, barring an injury or a disaster, for 2 years in any way, it just doesn't make sense as a timeline. I remember we've got a trade.
Yeah, finally we have a trade. The Vikings go up to 10 with the Jets here. But
yeah, I think it was our friend Aaron Freeman who was saying it's not just the fact that you're getting a guy who will then be 3 years into it. It's that you're getting a guy who will be 3 years into his contract, and you've got 17 games or whatever to analyze him before having to decide whether you're going with the 5th-year option.
Yeah.
My thing is, okay, if you were in love with Penix, fine. Why'd you sign Kirk Cousins?
Yeah. You were going to be able to get Penix.
Penix, no team was going to take – teams weren't going to take Penix before 8. Like, I know you never know with the draft, but you did know. Like, nobody was going to take Penix before 8. Like, even if this pick ends up being good years down the line, maybe it will be. Maybe Penix is going to be a franchise quarterback. Who knows? I hope he is.
He has to be to make this worth it.
Yeah, like he has to be a franchise.
Because he's not going to play for 2 years. So,
but he's also 24. Like,
yes,
I know.
Why didn't they just take goddamn JJ McCarthy then? If they wanted to do this, like, I mean, I'm not saying that I love McCarthy either, but
yeah, age isn't everything, but it matters when your quarterback that you just took isn't going to play for 2 years. Penix is going to be 26 when he takes his first legitimate NFL snap, barring an injury to Kirk Cousins, where I know Cousins had, the Achilles injury last year, but other than that, he's been an Iron Man throughout his entire NFL career. I don't think we have to worry about Cousins getting banged up or having, I don't know. Like it's just none of this makes sense to me. This is the pick that makes me give this round one an F for this team. Like I didn't even consider this a possibility coming in because I'm like, well, I did for a second, but I'm like, no, that's too scary of a possibility. Let me not think about this.
This is the one that when people put it in mock drafts, you're kind of laughing at them for it.
This was the one pick I was afraid of happening.
What the fuck are we doing, man?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that I feel like I have lost faith in the direction of the team, to be completely honest. And you know, with Arthur Smith, you could point to like, well, maybe we could just change the offensive coaching, but I don't understand. I don't understand the thought process. I don't understand the timeline. I don't understand why Kirk Cousins is here. Like, why is he here?
That's my thing. Like, I don't think there's a justification because you gave Kirk Cousins the contract you gave him. Like, what if Kirk Cousins was never signed and if you loaded up on defense, then you took Penix, I'd be like, okay, I'm not thrilled about it. Penix at 8, but fine, sure. I get it. I understand it. I don't understand this at all. Like, why? I'm sorry to cut you off, Kevin. I just
it's fine.
don't know. Like, what are we doing? For what reason? None of the timeline doesn't add up. None of this makes sense. Like, is this something where Arthur Blank came in and is like, we have to have a succession plan, as Rappaport was mentioning yesterday? In that case, it's like, why are you meddling?
Yeah. But, I mean, I don't believe it's meddling. I mean, I think this is what Fontenot and Morris want. You know,
yeah, I'm pretty sure there was the report from Schefter that Raheem Morris loves Michael Penix. So I mean, I'm not going to put all the blame on Blank here. I'm sure Blank really was, itching for a succession plan as well. But it's I don't know. Like I don't understand it. I'm mad. I'm very.
I guess the only thing, and this is pure speculation, does it kind of give more credence to the fact that the Falcons could be set to lose a premium pick next year?
Yeah.
And they're thinking, you know what, we've got two choices there if we want, as than say a top quarterback, when you're talking about the fourth guy off the board who most people probably thought was the fifth. But is it a case where they say, you know what, we're not going to be in a position to take someone next year, and so you're then looking at it and saying, okay, so you're going into like the 2026 draft, at which point Cousins, maybe you're ready to move on from him, but it just, as you say, it just doesn't add up. And I know one of the big things that I've discussed with people on Twitter is people saying, oh yeah, well Terry just goes BPA every pick. I'm like, no, he doesn't go BPA. He just tells you that he's taken the guy at the top of their board. Like there's a different thing there. And this again seems like one of those things where tomorrow we're going to, in a week's time, hear the justification of just like, oh yeah, well, we had the highest grade on him. We had a higher grade than him than everyone else. And people just kind of accept it. Whereas I don't think anyone can really look at it and say, yeah, Michael Penix, he was the best guy available at that pick. So it doesn't make sense for a whole variety of reasons. Like if it had been, let's say Drake May had fallen, I think you can kind of, even though the timeline wouldn't have made sense for me still, I think you can kind of talk yourself into it a bit more because we've seen that kind of special ability that he has. Whereas Penix, like, are you confident that there's not going to be a better quarterback in the draft next year or in 2026, than Penix will be at that point? I'm not sure I am.
Yeah, and even in 2026, when Penix is going to be ushered in, the Falcons are going to eat $25 million to cut Kirk Cousins. So, it's not even like, oh, we're just going to transition. No, you're going to be paying Kirk Cousins $25 million in 2026, even if you're starting Michael Penix. So, I I can't imagine Kirk Cousins is happy about this either. Like, how does this help him in any way? How does this help the offense? How does this help anyone? It's a weird backup pick because he's a left-handed quarterback, so the protections will be different when he's in the game compared to the other two quarterbacks they have. Not that that's a huge problem, but like, this pick doesn't make any sense for the Falcons. I don't understand it. I think it's a panic move after they completely flubbed quarterback for 3 years under Arthur Smith that they've decided to, now we have to make sure we get our quarterback no matter the cost. And they've made a gigantic mistake with this pick. Not saying that Penix himself is a problem necessarily. Like, I think Penix is interesting. I don't think he's a top 10 player. He has to be a franchise quarterback or this is a complete bust of a pick. And that's a terrible place to put yourself in as a front office. Like, I can't understand why Terry and Raheem would want to do this to start their tenure. Like, they just signed the most expensive contract in free agency to a 4-year contract, and then you go out and draft an old rookie. Like, it's certainly a choice. It's certainly a choice. That's for sure. That's for sure. I just don't know what else to say. I know we have a lot of comments. Let's get to those. We got George that was sending a couple of pretty angry ones here. Says to the Falcons, "Why do you hurt me when I show you nothing but love?" You know, I was memeing, why do you take a second-round quarterback in the top 10? You know, George, I don't think any of us can answer that. Corey Carter says, "Kevin, do you remember what I said last night? I wish I didn't." Latimer 94 says, "Going to be 26 years old when Penix finally plays. Why?" Grant Watson chimes in with the $5. Thanks, Grant. Says, "This may mean Kirk may not be as healthy as they were hoping. Not a great situation." And George asks, "Are we still in the market for Spencer Rattler? He'll be there at 43.
But what you were saying does this mean Kirk isn't as healthy as we thought? If your kind of break glass in case of emergency option is a guy who gets injured every season in Michael Penix, like, he's had a lot of serious injuries. If you're going, well, at the very least, it means that we can just drop him in and we can be confident that this is happening. And obviously injuries happen. You can't predict them.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah.
You're taking a guy with a very risky injury history as your kind of, both your succession plan and your backup choice. Like, is it a situation, I mean, if Cousins isn't 100% like in a month's time, is it a situation where you've got to keep Heineke on the roster as well and like keep all three guys because you need that kind of backup who at the very least has been available.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw that Dave did Dave jump in here? Dave, I don't know if you've got takes on this pick too. I know you're probably pretty shocked as well.
Yes and no. Yes, that they actually did it at number 8. No, that they did it. I think since early in this offseason, with not taking the move to restructure Taylor Heineke so that his contract would go out into next year a little bit further, I thought, this talk of getting a third quarterback was serious. It was something about getting a young long-term guy, knowing that in their minds, probably Kirk Cousins is a 2-year option. You're going to win in the next 2 years with Kirk Cousins, and then you want to have somebody to hand the keys to. And I thought it could even be Penix, but I thought that might happen like, they're going to trade back up into the end of the first round. I think they're going to pick him in the second if he lasts that long. I think it became apparent to them that he wasn't going to last, beyond pick, 11, we'll say 13, whatever it may be. And they decided that this was their opportunity to get a guy they thought could be a franchise quarterback, as Terry Fontenot alluded to recently, in the here and now. thinking, you're going to be picking in the 20s for the foreseeable future, which probably is overly optimistic. And this is the guy that fits Zach Robinson's offense and maybe whoever comes after Zach Robinson if he gets hired away as well as you possibly can. And so I think that's the thought process here is quarterback is the most important position on the roster. Kirk Cousins is going to win you games in 2024, 2025, maybe 2026, probably not. I think the way they structured the contract. And Penix is going to be the guy that takes over. And for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, you believe he is a franchise quarterback that can win you games. And you're trying to ensure this smooth succession plan. It all kind of makes sense when you say that. But then when you look at, the opportunity cost in the here and now of not getting an elite defender, of, putting this into a quarterback who won't play for a couple of years unless you're really worried about Kirk Cousins getting hurt, which to some extent I understand. It's a tough pick to sell, right? And the Falcons made this pick knowing, and this is the one thing that we have to understand. They know nobody likes this pick. Absolutely nobody wanted them to make this pick. They're pissed. Everybody's pissed. People are pissed because they got their mock draft pick wrong. People are pissed because maybe this isn't the quarterback they wanted. If you were going to do that, people are pissed for a variety of reasons and understandable reasons. So this is everyone involved with this franchise, from the owner who's getting much older to the GM who isn't going to make it through another stretch of 2 or 3 bad seasons, to the head coach who spent over a decade clawing his way back up to a head coaching position. This is those folks saying Michael Penix is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. We are very comfortable with the idea of him sitting for a couple of years, and he's going to take over and ensure that we are successful when Kirk Cousins is gone. That is what they are saying. They are staking their reputations on it. Does that mean they're right? Absolutely not. Not in any way do I think, oh yeah, they've put this into this, so this must be true. And I really like Penix. I want to be clear on this. If there was a quarterback this team was going to get outside of the top couple picks, I wanted it to be Penix. I think he's a really good fit for this offense. But that is what they are doing. So they have to be right. This has to be a case where 2 to 3 years from now, Penix takes over the starting job, and he is awesome. He is a perfect fit for what this team wants to do. Or the fact that they made this pick when they had other options, obviously is a huge bust. And we're probably talking about the next regime having to clean up after that because of how poorly things went. So they have staked absolutely everything on this. This is not taking Desmond Ridder with a 3rd-round pick and then talking yourself into him and then getting out of it, a year later. This is everything. So to me, that is a startling show of faith in Michael Penix as a quarterback, as a player, as a succession plan. So I don't know. I don't love it. I don't think at 8 it was a good decision. I will say that flat out. But
no,
it really does give you a little bit of pause that they were willing to do this, knowing full well that this is going to go over like the loudest fart in the church megaphone. This is not a popular pick, and with good reason. And we're going to wait at least 2 years, unless Cousins gets hurt, to find out if it's even a successful pick.
Right. So, I mean, it's a good thing they took Cousins, they signed Cousins, because if they don't start winning immediately, the chance for this, so many fans are out now. And I just, you should never make picks for PR. Let's be clear. You should not do that. But man, can you throw us a bone here at the Falcoholic and not get everyone pissed off about this team before the season even starts, Dave? Can we have week 1 before we just set a tire fire, to the Falcons fan base, and we have to start making excuses for this damn team before week 1 even arrives, and then they're probably going to have a tampering punishment levied next week. So just pile on the bad PR even more. But again, you don't make picks for PR. I get it, but I'm sure they think they're doing the right thing, and maybe they are. they're the ones getting paid to do this. They're the ones whose jobs are on the line. It's our job just to talk about it. But guys that I trust, like Derek Klassen from, Reception Perception and Bleacher Report, who's one of the quarterback scouts I appreciate the most, he has major concerns because Penix doesn't throw the middle of the field. And quarterbacks that don't throw the middle of the field in college typically never learn how to do it at the NFL level. And if you can't throw the middle of the field in this offense, like, I don't think he's a good fit. Like, I don't think he's a good fit for this offense. Like, it baffles. Like, yeah, he's got a cannon, but, like, it doesn't, like, McCarthy was a better fit for this offense. He actually threw to the middle of the field. So, like, he's a very, very different quarterback than Kirk Cousins. And that, Penix is a balls to the wall thrower. And, like, don't get me wrong, like, Michael Penix throws the prettiest pass of all these quarterbacks. But how much does that matter? Like, how much does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? Like, the guy, and you line up all the other bad statistics on this, the fourth quarterback almost never, ever works out. It's extremely rare that the fourth quarterback taken ever becomes anything in the first round. So you've got those stats don't mean anything. Like, doesn't mean he can't do it, but there's a reason the fourth quarterback almost never pans out. I mean, it's because usually he's not the top choice. And I don't think there's been 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10. And I mean, I don't know how long. It's been an absurdly long time. And just doing it for Penix of all quarterbacks, a 24-year-old rookie who's had multiple severe season-ending injuries, coming in to sit for 2 years. You can't convince me that this was smart, ever. Like, even if he becomes a franchise quarterback, I think there's questions about whether it was still a good idea. Like, obviously, if he becomes a franchise quarterback, we'll just wave it off and pretend that everything's fine because you got a franchise quarterback and sort of, however you do it is good. But, like, we're going to burn 2 years of his rookie contract just having him on the bench. Like, yeah. I'm heating up. Somebody else take over.
No, I think I think you're exactly right. I think when, like, one of the major benefits about having a rookie quarterback is that you are paying them a pittance compared to what other guys are being paid. To say, like, kind of, if they cut Cousins after 2 years, as you said, there's still like a 20 million cap hit or whatever it was. So you're still at that point paying like a reasonable amount of money for your quarterback. So it'll only really be kind of year 4 where you're looking at it and going, okay, so the Falcons kind of are working with a rookie quarterback deal here, because once it gets the 5th year option again, that, like, I know it's not a huge amount, like it's kind of bridge quarterback money, but it's not 1.5 million or whatever. So it's a strange one from that perspective, as you say. That the fit is interesting because on the one hand, Zach Robinson's coming from Matthew Stafford, who is similarly immobile in the pocket, and he will sit back there and he's got a big arm and he will sling it and he will do these kind of things. So I can understand in a way why, certainly if he's, and I'm assuming he's being consulted on it, why he would look at it and go, you know what, yeah, I know how to work with a quarterback like this. The inability to hit guys in the middle of the field, I think, is a concern, especially when you look at the way that the Falcons have built up their weapons and the guys that they are looking at. I think London, you can kind of say, oh, that's not dissimilar to Odunze, where he does his best work kind of winning in those contested catch situations. And we know that Penix can kind of throw it into a tight window, and he is a gunslinger. He's happy to, there doesn't need to be separation for him to go, yeah, that guy's open. So I can understand that side of things. Like, obviously the Falcons, as we said earlier, invested a lot of money in a tight end who primarily will be playing in the places that Penix can't get the ball to very well at the moment. Bijan as well. like one of the reasons why he was this kind of transcendent talent is that he's a very good pass catcher as well, and you can line him up in the slot and you can do all these kind of things. Are we then saying, you know what, that's not going to be a factor of it? And again, this doesn't mean that these things don't mean that they shouldn't be the pick. It's a new head coach, it's a new offensive coordinator. It can't just be the situation where we say, oh yeah, you've got to stick with those pieces that Arthur Smith put in place. But it's just, at the moment, when you're looking at the roster, I don't see kind of where the fit is. Like, if, God forbid, he had to start this year, you're also looking at it and saying he's a left-handed quarterback. You've got Caleb McGarry protecting his blind side. That's pretty terrifying. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done for the situation. I think it's basically going to involve kind of completely revamping the offense, which, I mean, year one of the head coach, year one of an offensive coordinator, this is the time to do it. If you're going to revamp, this is the time where, as Dave alluded to, like, where you can afford to kind of take the hit on PR because it's a new era and all of these things. Would Arthur Smith have got away with it? Like, it would have been a big risk for him. But yeah, I just don't think he fits with the building blocks that the Falcons currently have in place. So it'll be interesting to see if we see that kind of transition over the next couple of years. Or even potentially over the next couple of days, do they suddenly say, you know what, we need to make sure that we get an outside receiver in tomorrow or end of today, who we can kind of pair with Penix, and we can see over the next couple of years their chemistry develop, even if Penix isn't playing, so that we can just kind of plug him in at the time. Because at the moment, it seems as if they're just kind of, they've got a lot of different pieces of the puzzle, and I'm not even sure it's the same puzzle at this point.
Yeah, it's extremely controversial. There's no doubt about that, and I appreciate everyone for hanging out with us as we go through this first round. I will say that there is some buzz that Atlanta is looking to trade up to the back half of the first round because of the defensive players tumbling down the board. So I'm not just trying to juice the numbers for the show, okay? Like, there is like a little bit of buzz here about that. So we may not be done tonight in terms of that. We're still going to break down all the picks and continue our discussion here on Penix. But, this is a huge gamble. Like, this is the biggest of gambles. This is the biggest ball move I've seen from this regime so far. I mean, Bijan at 8 was a pretty big ball move. Like, and that was already a controversial pick. And then you go and do this, a pick that's like, I mean, if Cousins gets hurt, maybe that makes you look like a genius for this pick. But like, if Cousins gets hurt, then it makes the signing look terrible. So it's like, either way, you lose. Like, if he doesn't play, then it looks bad. And if he does play because Cousins gets hurt again, then it makes the signing look bad. So either way, you lose. But I mean, yeah. Ultimately, like, we'll continue talking about it. But ultimately, the end of the day, they have to win, and they have to win immediately, because if they don't, they're in big trouble. Like, this fan base was already on the knife's edge. I think people were fairly happy with the way the offseason had gone, but like, this does not help things.
Then I'd say as it just makes the free agency period just even more confusing, because they've invested the majority of their money in a quarterback, and the first thought they've had is, shit, we need to replace this guy. We need to work out like who comes next, which I get it. It's quarterback. It's the most important position, but there hasn't been many teams who have kind of taken this approach to it that have gone, like, you see teams saying, you know what, like the Chiefs did with Mahomes, we'll sit him for a year. We know, like, we're confident in the guy we've got ahead of them. But you're seeing more and more teams who are either starting their rookie quarterback day one, or certainly like looking to weave him in during the first season. Like, the Packers are the only real example of a team who have not done that, who have said, okay, we're going to sit a guy for a while. And that's, I think they wanted to bring in Jordan Love earlier, but Aaron Rodgers 2 MVPs in a row. So they couldn't move him on at that point. Their hand was kind of forced to it. But it makes you think, if you're doing this, which very clearly they are doing this, like, why do you not invest some of those resources into like the edge position or cornerback? No, like you can say maybe for some of those positions you didn't think the talent was there in free agency, which you don't want to just pay a guy for the sake of paying a guy. But it's kind of looking more and more like it is going to be, okay, we'll bring back Calais Campbell, and we'll bring back I can't the guy from the Titans.
Yeah.
Who's the other edge rusher that we had?
Dupree.
Bud Dupree, yeah.
Yeah.
We're kind of we're pinning this on Calais Campbell, age 40, and Bud Dupree just like spearheading things, or Arnold Ebiketie stepping up and becoming that kind of double digits guy that we hoped he would. So I think it's putting a lot of pressure on people who throughout their careers so far kind of haven't shown they are those guys.
Yeah, no, and that, like, there's a lot of like people in the chat. I know you guys are trying to figure out a way to make sense of this pick too. And one of the things I'm seeing, what if they don't trust Kirk Cousins' health? Then why the hell did they sign him to a 4-year guaranteed contract with 2 years fully guaranteed? Because that's a huge mistake. Then obviously, if they don't trust Kirk Cousins' health, what the hell why are you signing him to a huge contract? So I don't think that's the answer. The other thing is like, oh well, they're probably going to lose their first round pick next year, so they won't be able to get a pick. If they lose a first round pick because the tampering was that bad, then this regime deserves to be fired. I'm sorry, like that is a completely self-inflicted wound. That if you're that dumb to commit tampering to such a level that the NFL strips you of a first round pick, you deserve to be fired. No questions asked. Like that is colossally stupid and costing the Falcons a huge competitive advantage. You should be fired for that. So like, if they're doing this because they screwed up so bad with signing Kirk Cousins, that's also not a good reason. That's not a good reason. That does not help them. This does not help justify the pick. I don't believe it will be a first round pick, to be clear, but
No, but I honestly think Occam's razor here, right? Like the simplest explanation is that they love Michael Penix and they think he can be that guy. Now, we all look at this and we say, for a variety of reasons, he is not that guy, or he's not now, right? But they think that. Otherwise, why would you pick this guy at number 8? So again, it doesn't have to make sense to be the simplest explanation. But if you look at it, why else are you taking this guy at number 8 if you don't think, quote unquote, best player available to you, best quarterback option you're likely to get in the next couple of years to take over for Kirk Cousins? And like, again, does it make sense to do that when you have Kirk Cousins? Does it make sense to do that when 2 years from now you might be able to pick a guy who can start day one? I don't necessarily think it does as a Michael Penix fan, but I think that is the explanation. It's unsatisfying in so many ways, and we have to wait at least 2 years to see whether that actually pays off or not, which makes it, which automatically takes a little bit of shine off it, or a lot of shine off it, depending on where you stand. Like it is hard to believe it's a good pick if you cannot see how it's going to pan out now, much less in 2 years. But I think that really is the explanation. And like, once you come to terms with, okay, the Falcons thought Michael Penix was the best possible pick at number 8 and their franchise quarterback in 2026 and beyond, we'll say, then you can say, this was really stupid and I hate them, which is a perfectly reasonable reaction. Or you can say, okay, we'll see. And I think those are the two reactions. Like, no matter how much you like Penix, I don't think you can be like, this was a master stroke, well done, sir. Because we don't know how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a super future focused pick when all of their other moves, well, and maybe that's not true. Maybe when we saw the Kirk Cousins signing, we assumed that this was a win now window for this team. But if you look at the moves that they have made, and you know, maybe this is a misinterpretation of their moves on my part and some other folks' part, they haven't pushed all the chips in. They have not touched any contracts or restructures. They have not even committed to an extension for AJ Terrell. So in some ways, they've kind of straddled the line between is this win now or not. But I guess to me, it's like Kirk Cousins is the most expensive bridge quarterback I've ever seen. Like this is like this is kind of a ridiculous thing to do, but like they want to win immediately. Like I get that, and the best way to do that was to sign Kirk Cousins. So, and then we know this team is scarred from failing to get a quarterback in 3 years. Like they whiffed on Desmond Ridder to such an extent that they just traded him away for peanuts essentially, and so they've gone the complete opposite direction and signed the most expensive quarterback they possibly could have, and then drafted a quarterback at 8 to sit behind that expensive quarterback. It's a very odd turn of events, but I think, you know, their timeline is different than ours. They want to win now, but they also want to win for the future. And Joe, I agree. Like Cousins' contract is actually not that bad. I actually think the way they've structured it is pretty good, and I haven't changed my tune on that just because they've made a draft pick. But this is a difficult place to put yourself because a lot is riding on this now. And to be fair, a lot's always riding on a quarterback pick, no matter what. So whether they made this now or next year or whatever, I guess that you have to hit. Like if you miss on the quarterback, you get fired. That's pretty much how this goes. So, you know, they had conviction. And I think one point that people did bring up is that the Falcons are thinking they are going to be a playoff contender and they're going to be picking in the late 20s, and an opportunity to get a quarterback is not going to come around again. So they needed to do it now. That is reasonable. We can quibble over whether he was worth this pick or not, but in their mind, they're like, we're not going to be here again. We need to get the quarterback. And I'm still upset, but I will say I have maligned many teams for not doing what the Falcons just did, which is passing on a quarterback to try to take a quarterback later and then never having that opportunity again, which is what the Falcons did in 2021. So maybe they're trying to learn from that mistake. So, you know, it's an interesting turn of events, but man, they could have gone so many ways to get fans fired up, and they didn't do it. This is the most anti-PR pick. Yeah.
I'll ask you guys a hypothetical question then. So, and I'll be honest, I've not been hugely keeping track of who's still on the board here. Oh no, actually, Daniel Jeremiah's best available just popped up. So Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, and Latu are still on the board.
Latu.
Latu are still on the board. Dave, you were saying previously, you wouldn't have been surprised if the Falcons had traded back up into the late 20s or whatever and got Penix. Let's say that over the in 10 picks time, one of those edge rushers is still there. If the Falcons then trade back up and get it and get him, and I'm in full on this is a coping mechanism here. I'm trying to spin some kind of optimism out of it, and their 2 picks that they come out of today with 2 picks, Penix and let's say Verse. On paper, that's not massively dissimilar to if they came out of it with Turner at 8 and Penix at 28 or whatever. They're still getting an edge rusher and a quarterback who are upgrades. They're just doing it in a strange order, in the same way, I suppose, that the Ravens going Hayden Hurst and Lamar Jackson worked out for them because they ended up with Lamar Jackson. It could be a situation where a little bit of moving around means that they can still get an impact player on defense, someone who we were kind of contemplating as 8, or am I just in completely in denial and in cope mode?
No, I mean, go ahead, Adnan. Yeah.
Oh, hey guys, I'm back. I came to the conclusion that sports don't matter.
Were you doing some soul searching?
Yeah, I did some soul searching. So,
went out into
at
the
end of
woods.
day,
Yeah.
I don't know why we're getting so mad and worked up over something that is all going to be a distant
It's good
memory.
TV. It's good TV for the viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, these are just temporary enjoyments. But one day, none of this is going to matter.
We're all just energy, man.
One day, all of us will be gone, and these will just be faded memories at some point. So let's just enjoy the ride while we're on it. So far 14 picks, all offense.
That might be a record.
Is that a record?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure someone on Twitter is gonna say
someone will know. We need to get Evan on this. This is usually Evan's wheelhouse. I
mean, obviously the hope now is one of the pass rushers or one of the corners or someone falls into range, maybe on day 2, or possibly the Falcons look to trade up from the second round into the first. Someone, who was it that was mentioning that? One of the national reporters was talking about that possibility. But even if they take, let's say Latu, with somehow tonight, then I'm just going to look back and be like, oh, they could have had Roma Dunze.
They could have had Roma Dunze and Latu. Yeah.
Because it's like the thing about Penix, I'm not gonna sit here. Well, one personal rule that I have always when it comes to the draft is I never want to berate any prospects on draft night, because it's not their fault. That the team made whatever decision they made. Now, a few years from now, if the pick doesn't end up working out, then it's free reign to call them a bust, or it's free reign to say that pick was bad. We can say that the pick was bad, but I don't want to sit here and say, oh, Michael Penix is bad. We don't know. We haven't seen Michael Penix play. But even if Michael Penix ends up being an average NFL starter, I think that the pick will still be bad, because you lost that opportunity cost of 2 years with Kirk Cousins. And yeah, I get it. It's not a huge hit to the cap as it would have been years ago. And there's the first defender off the board. It's Latu to the Colts. Good pick for Indianapolis. But my thing is, if you were going to go with Penix, and if you knew that you were going to go with a quarterback in the first round, you could have loaded up on defense or at wide receiver. You could have done anything with that money. And apparently there's some reports coming out. Daniel Jeremiah said that Cousins was not given a heads up about the Penix pick. So, that's...
Yes, there was a new one that just came out from Diana Rossini that I wanted to touch on that's relevant to what you were saying. So apparently
the other one, I don't know if Andy, you were mentioning Jeff Benedict. I don't know how credible Benedict is or isn't, but if you do believe Jeff Benedict, he did tweet out earlier tonight that it was Arthur Blank that completely overruled whatever they were going to do, and it was his complete call for Penix at 8. So I don't know. I'm not going to say Benedict isn't exactly Adam Schefter, but
it was you.
I'm not going to weigh in on Benedict.
You just my thing, and I get on very well with Jeff. I like Jeff, but you'd think Arthur Blank, after the Deshaun Watson situation where he tried to force the Falcons' hand and it went so spectacularly wrong, would kind of stay out of it, for one, and also without wanting to go down a dark path. Arthur Blank's in his 80s. Surely, if anyone's in win now mode, it's Arthur Blank.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think this was.
Yeah,
I don't think this was an overruling by Arthur. I know you're not weighing in. I know you're not weighing in.
Yeah, I'm not saying I trust Jeff Benedict, but it's for the people that do, I am just putting that out there that apparently was a report. But yeah, it's what was the Diana? I didn't see the Diana Rossini. What did she say?
So she said the Falcons did not inform, or Kirk Cousins had no idea the Falcons were considering a quarterback high. And they called Cousins while they were on the clock to let him know. And from what Rossini had learned, Cousins understood that they would be taking a quarterback or would be considering one, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round, and he is, quote, a bit stunned. So that's great. Let's invite quarterback controversy too while we're at it, because Kirk Cousins is not sensitive at all about being replaced. That's definitely not been something that's been a problem before. But yeah. I don't. These guys were super in on Penix. Like and even yesterday when I was saying I don't think this is at 8, even though I do think they're really interested. They clearly were interested. They sent the entire staff to go watch him throw. So like. I don't think they had to twist this staff's arm to get them to draft Penix. Like, I think they were all pretty interested. Like, I don't think they would all fly over there if they weren't. I thought that was more of a smokescreen type thing. Like, they were trying to see if somebody would jump up for him. But, I mean, it's interesting. But it definitely seems like they played this very close to the vest. That like they didn't even tell Cousins about it. So I wonder if this was also they were, because I know a lot of people were like,
what's that? I was just saying, Joe Patrick, who's one of the local radio guys, I believe.
Yep, love Joe.
Tweeted out, Michael Penix said, I had no idea that the Falcons were going to be the ones to give him the call with the 8th pick. So even Penix didn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it was blanked. Maybe blanked it overall.
Yeah. So, Jane Slater from NFL Network is now tweeting out that Kirk Cousins is, quote, shocked and disappointed. And the Falcons never said anything to him or his representatives about a quarterback in the first round. But, quote, it's a business.
Like, how do you not, like, Cousins is going to be your quarterback?
He wouldn't have signed if he knew. He wouldn't have signed.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Yeah, if you'd said to Cousins, like, we're assuming other teams are interested in him, that's why the Falcons felt the need to tamper, allegedly. If they had said to him, if Terry and Ream had said to him, by the way, we're taking quarterback at 8, as you say, he's probably not going to sign. One of the things was that he wanted, I'm pretty sure one of the things was that he wanted like a long-term deal from the Vikings, and that was one of the reasons why their relationship kind of fell apart a bit. And I appreciate he is getting a long-term deal in theory, but I think they only wanted to give him 2 years. And the Falcons are probably kind of lining up relatively similarly with that kind of time frame.
Yeah, no, it's just this is like the biggest gamble. I honestly can't believe that they signed up for this. Like, I like, this is the type of pick that I think they should have made in 2021, and they weren't willing to do it then, but they are now. It's just like, it's just wild to me that this is where we are. It's one of those things. You can never predict the NFL draft. I didn't think the Falcons would be the team to make the dumb pick that everybody hates this year, but it's been a while since we were in that group. So, we have to take our turn eventually.
So someone tweeted out, is this the punishment for tampering that the team has to
You must take it. Yep.
Had you told me, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Had you told me that there would be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first, 13 picks? Well, Bonix went 13th, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or 12. He went 12. Yeah, I think.
12. Goddamn. Yeah. Like, also, what Broncos? What the hell? Like, neither here nor there. Yeah. I mean, I can't really throw stones at any other team right now. Can I? 6 quarterbacks the first 12 picks, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Like, the Falcons probably took, a receiver or a defensive player, and, we're probably in position to take another really good player next, which, we might be. But, man, I would never imagine that the Falcons would be one of the teams taking one of the 6 players. I wouldn't have tuned in tonight had I known. I could have done something else with my night.
No, you were contractually obligated by me to be here, so you didn't have a choice.
I think it's clear that trade down obviously wasn't an option if they wanted Penix, which is what those kind of 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 picks show. So what, the Raiders missed out on one, did they? I'd imagine if the Falcons had traded back to like where the Rams were picking, for example, there'd have still been 6 quarterbacks taken in the 12 or in the top 13 picks, whatever. So I don't think that it's not just a case of, oh, we could have just traded back and still got Penix. I think it's just a question of everything else.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see Laiatu Latu go off the board at 15 to the Colts, and Byron Murphy, I believe, going off the board here to the Seahawks. So let me just recap real quick, because we haven't checked in on the actual draft in a while, because we've had a lot of thoughts on this, and I'm sure that's what you guys care about more than the other picks at this point. But just a quick recap: Caleb Williams, quarterback, to the Bears at 1. Jaden Daniels, quarterback, to the Commanders at 2. Drake May, quarterback, to the Patriots at 3. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, to the Cardinals at 4. Joe Alt, tackle, to the Chargers at 5. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, to the Giants at 6. J.C. Latham, the tackle, to the Titans at 7. The Falcons took Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback, at 8. Roma Dunze goes to the Bears, the wide receiver, at 9. And then we have the Vikings trade up to 10 to get J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback. And the Jets now pick at 11 and take Olu Fashanu. Then we have Bo Nix, the quarterback. 6 quarterbacks total going to the Broncos at 12. The tight end Brock Bowers going to the Raiders at 13. Talisi Fuaga, the tackle, going to the Saints at 14. First defensive player, Laiatu Latu, the edge rusher, at 15. And then Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle, going to the Seahawks at 16. Jaguars on the clock now at 17. So we are exactly halfway through the first round. So congratulations. We made it this far.
14 offensive players in a row to start the draft is some YouTube scouts, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's some craziness.
Okay, so to recap, the Atlanta Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to a huge deal, 2 years guaranteed in free agency, and they tampered to do so, allegedly.
Allegedly.
And, yeah, so the Falcons will, they've invested that cap into Kirk Cousins, and not only that, but they will, likely also lose a draft pick next year, or multiple draft picks. We'll see. Who knows? And then they don't tell Kirk Cousins that they're planning on drafting a quarterback in the first round. Not even the quarterback that they took knew that the Falcons were going to take him in the first round. And then they take a quarterback at 8, piss Kirk Cousins off, who, he had no idea. So now, you are inviting a potential, not quarterback controversy, because Cousins is your first rounder is your guy for the next 2 years. But this is all just so breathtaking. Like, everything this franchise has done regarding the saga has just been so breathtaking. They have exceeded my expectations for how shocked I can get. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
There was another defender off the board. We spoke about Byron Murphy earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes, this feels like such a Seahawks pick.
It does. That's a super Seahawks pick for sure. I know we got a bunch of comments to get to. We just wanted to get our thoughts out, but real quick. We got Mad Tom K with the $10. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, brother. He says, well, Terry did say today's surplus is tomorrow's need. I just wasn't expecting him to be talking about the quarterback position. You and us both, man. Also says, with another $5 donation, thanks, Matt. He says, the only possible explanation is either Kirk is more injured than we thought, or they caught wind of the NFL's punishment. Yeah, I think I saw that and was kind of answering that already. But yeah, I mean, I think they just like. I think they
that injured.
Yeah.
Why are you giving him that much money? But
exactly. I think they just love Michael Penix. I think that's the honest truth. They think he's a franchise quarterback. That's the only way this makes sense. So I choose to believe they think he's a franchise quarterback.
Look, I would love if Michael Penix is your guy for a decade, in 2 years, and you have a successful transition from Cousins to Penix, and Penix, goes to multiple Pro Bowls. And, he leads this franchise as, I mean, at that point, he will probably have to be the second best quarterback in franchise history after Matt Ryan, if he did all of that. Then I would love to one day look back on this video and watch this video again and be like, man, we were wrong. Like, man, we were way off base. But I feel like that would have to be the case for this pick to make sense, for this pick to be worth it.
Yeah.
Like, if it's anything less than that, this was a bad pick.
Yeah.
Like, if it's anything less than that.
Yeah, even if he's like an average, like even if he's Derek Carr or like,
yeah, that wouldn't be worth it. That would not be worth it for a top 10.
No, exactly. Agreed.
Yeah.
He needs to be a top 10 guy, really, doesn't he?
Yeah. And the Vikings are actually trading up to 17 now, just real quick, just getting that in there. But yeah.
Yeah. He has to be like a upper echelon elite quarterback for this to be worth it, because you're sort of cutting yourself off at the knees for the next couple of years with Cousins by pretty much having a top 10 pick not contribute at all over the next couple of years. Like, I can easily foresee a scenario where this team like gets knocked out of playoff contention or out of a playoff game because they didn't have enough juice in the pass rush, and then we'll look back and be like, oh, it would have been really nice to have Latu.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And now we're seeing the Vikings trade up here with the Jaguars. So they're going from 23 to 17. So we'll see. Oh, yeah. And I don't know if have you seen the pick yet? No. It's like literally just getting announced. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. They put up the wrong graphic.
Working as intended, working out real well. Yeah.
Yeah. ESPN's not on their game. It's Dallas Turner. So the combine darling, the winner, the guy that many have linked to Atlanta at 8. And man, remember an hour ago when I was like,
when I was filled with hope,
disappointed. I'd be a little disappointed if we got Dallas Turner, when Odunze's there and when Latu's there, but it'll still be fine. But man, now I wish we had gotten Dallas Turner.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, it's the Vikings draft, is looking real nice right now, but they also had 2 firsts. So, it's always going to look nice when you got 2 firsts. But they traded away like multiple next year picks as well to make this move. So, they're definitely going all in, the Vikings. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, they basically the Vikings basically rated their draft next year almost entirely, because I don't think they have a 2nd round pick next year, and now they don't have a 3rd or a 4th either, because of this trade. So, it's a little interesting, a little bold by the Vikings. So interesting.
I mean, Turner's a good player, especially here at 17. Like, all of these like defenders that are going now are pretty good value, because there was that huge run on offensive players. So, man, I wish my team was having a smart draft.
Yeah.
Well,
amazing how that works. But
the funny thing is, like, if you had told me before tonight, and this kind of goes back to what Andy was saying earlier, like, if you flip things, like, let's say they trade back up and get Verse. If you had told me they got Verse and Penix in the 1st round before tonight, I would be thrilled. I'd be like, fantastic. They got Verse at 8 and they got Penix in the mid-20s. Like, fantastic draft.
Yeah.
If they happen to do that in the reverse order, everybody's pissed. It's that simple. It's funny. About where we think these guys should go. And again, I'm not saying we're wrong to think that. Like, I don't want this to come across as like fans are dumb. It doesn't matter as long as you get the guys. But like, if that's what unfolds, it's amazing. Like, through months and months of like hearing these reports, figuring out where these guys are going to go per our best guesses, per the media, we would have been really happy. I think somewhat happy that people preferred Turner or Latu maybe, but Verse at 8, Penix later on with a trade up would have made a lot of sense to people. If we do that in reverse, it raises a lot of questions, I think, even for people like Kirk Cousins. So it really is, the draft slot does make a big difference at the end of the day.
We saw that with the Lions last year, right? Like they took Gibbs in the first round, and then they took who else did they take? I'm drawing a blank. Who else did they take in that first round last year?
Branch.
Right? No,
Right?
they took Branch in the second round. No, they took Branch.
Was it Laporta in the first?
They took Branch at 45, and they took Laporta in the second round. But basically, it's like they took Gibbs and someone else in the first.
The linebacker. Yeah.
Their fans were like,
Jack Campbell?
This is terrible.
Yeah, Jack Campbell. Yeah. So it's like if you put Burns up there, then it like, oh, now it's fine.
You look back, had they taken Laporta and Branch in the first round, it would be like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then had they taken Gibbs and what was linebacker again? Say his name. I'm sorry,
Jack Campbell.
Had they taken those guys in the second round, then it would be like more. It would have been more accepted in the moment, but also at the same time, even if they move up and grab Burst, I will. Well, one, it depends on what they gave to move up for him, because nobody's just going to give you a swap of 44 for 28 or whatever. You would probably have to give up your third or one of the third rounders for that. But also it's like I would just look back and be like, man, the opportunity cost of we got Penix and Burst, for example, but we could have had Odunze and Burst, and then we're taking that to the bank.
Exactly.
We'll see how the rest of the draft plays out for sure. But there is that of we don't know who's going to be in the second round. We can't fully judge the draft yet. We can only judge what we've seen so far. So there's still 2 more days left, and there's still many more picks to go through. There's still many more chances for this team to disappoint us.
It's also funny because I look back on.
Here, Dave, I'm going to take a quick break for a second. You guys can continue your conversation. Just want to let you know.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I was just going to say, I look back at the 2016 draft, right? And I'll get back to the way this is different. But let's say, we all thought, I think Keanu Neal was going to go later. Deion Jones was going to go later. Devondre Campbell was going to go later. It right down the line. Maybe Austin Hooper went where we thought he'd go. But the draft slot really colored the perception of all of those picks when they were made. And then, to varying degrees, all of those picks worked out. The problem with Penix in this instance is you cannot know, unless Cousins suffers a catastrophic injury, which would be terrible, in August or whatever. You can't know if that was a good pick now. Whereas with Campbell, with Jones, with Neal, with Hooper, you found out in the first year or two whether these guys would work out. But it complicates things, right? Because we think we know where these guys are going to go. And so if they don't go where we think they're going to go, that becomes a problem in our minds. And it's hard to overcome that initial perception. And I get that. But with Penix, again, the flip side of that is, okay, when are we going to figure that out? And that's what makes this move so risky, is by the time Penix maybe pays off, there is a non-zero possibility that nobody who drafted him is still with this franchise.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I think the way of looking at it is, maybe if they just completely love Penix, which obviously they do, maybe they looked at it and said, we don't think he's going to be ready to start for 2 years, but let's say that we need to iron out some things. He can't target the middle of the field. He's a bit of a statue. Whatever, we need to get his awareness up, whatever it is. And maybe they've looked at it and said, in order to guarantee that we are still here in 2 years' time to kind of reap the rewards from that, we need to get someone like Kirk Cousins who can come in, will deliver 10, maybe 11 wins, we'll get to the playoffs, and that buys us kind of some more time. So it allows us to kind of put this long-term plan in place. But as you say, it's the time frame's the most difficult one. I wouldn't, and I know we've kind of gone over this, but I wouldn't have liked the pick just in isolation if the quarterbacks on the roster were still Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke. I wouldn't have been like enamored over the pick, but you could kind of understand it because you say, you know what, like there's obviously a need there. A quarterback, you just keep throwing darts, see what happens, and if he does end up being your franchise quarterback, then like if he's a top 10 quarterback for 10 years, then 8's a bargain. You could have traded up to 2, 3, 4 or whatever, and those picks that would have happened like would have been justified if he can do that. But you're putting an awful lot of pressure on him, and you're also putting a lot of pressure on on hitting on your day 2 picks, which hasn't traditionally been something that the Falcons have been great at. I mean, you look. One sec. There you go. So I've got a list of the Falcons' day 2 picks since Terry came in, and it's not pretty. So 2021, you had Richie Grant and Jalen Mayfield. 2022, Arnold Ebiketie and Troy Anderson in the second, Desmond Ridder and D'Angelo Malone in the third. Last year, Bergeron and Harrison. So it's like you're all of a sudden in a position where those second round picks need to be impact guys. They need to come in and make a difference. And especially if you're looking at it and saying, like, the Falcons were in a relatively lucky position with some of those guys when they weren't necessarily drafting for needs. They weren't immediate holes that needed filling. They could have found ways around it. But you're kind of coming in now and saying, okay, the Falcons need to find a cornerback too. The Falcons probably need to find another starting wide receiver. The Falcons need to find at least one starting edge rusher. Like the Falcons might need to find a nose tackle, and you kind of all of a sudden there's more holes than you really were expecting to have at this stage.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. And I think that's one of the reasons we were doing our mocks. We did our mock last night with Eric Robinson and me, Kevin, Eric. That's on the channel if you want to go back. I mean, it's kind of obsolete now, right? Like who goes back and watches a mock the day after a draft? But I'm sure there's some sickos out there that haven't seen it. So
pretend it was real.
Yeah, pretend like it was real. Hey guys, we did some good shit in that mock, by the way. We moved back in the first round, pocketed an extra second round pick. But one of the things where we were discussing the possibility of Spencer Rattler in the third round, and I was pretty much saying, yeah, like Rattler, like I don't know if this team right now is in position to grab a quarterback on day 2 because that's sort of a luxury pick, right? This team has so many holes that they need to plug, and little did I know, I mean, knowing this franchise, maybe we take Rattler in the third round again this tomorrow too, and then I'll really lose my mind. But yeah, it's like there were so many holes, and it just sort of doesn't make sense to me because you did make the move for Cousins, and you're really in that win now position. And the other thing, and we already mentioned it, we already touched on the fact that if Penix ends up being a franchise quarterback, then it's always worth it. No matter where you grab a quarterback, if he ends up being the franchise guy, multiple-time Pro Bowler, it's always worth it. But the other thing which will sort of have where this move has an indirect impact is this season. So what if the Falcons this season don't have enough juice at wide receiver? What if Darnell Mooney doesn't work out as the wide receiver too? What if we run into a similar issue last year where you don't really have a pass rusher to make that final play? We lost that Vikings game because nobody could take down Joshua Dobbs. We lost the Cardinals game because nobody could take down Kyler Murray. What if we run into a similar issue this year where you don't have that impact pass rusher, or your secondary gets burned because you don't have enough impact quarterbacks, or we have to, God forbid, start Richie Grant for another 16 games because you didn't address safety? It's one of those things where like all of this, one of those things could have been mitigated because whoever you take at 8 is expected to be a day one impact player. And you're just not going to get that impact for the next 2 years. And what if that sort of does cost you in a playoff setting? Then, like, how are we looking at the pick then? If this team, for example, let's say loses a wild card game because they couldn't get to the quarterback. This is all something to sort of, take into, like, we're just looking at it from a macro sense right now on draft night, talking about all of the possibilities, but that is a possibility. We have to judge, this pick will have to be judged based on what this team doesn't have over the next couple of years, because you did have to sacrifice that opportunity cost to go for that quarterback who's not going to really, take a relevant snap barring injury for at least the next 2 years. And, then we'll see. But until then, you can't just be like, okay, like, put this pick on ice. It's on the back burner. This doesn't matter until like 2 years from now. It does matter. It matters right now.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, sorry, I was not sobbing in another room. No, it was actually nice. My wife was like actually happy about the pick. She doesn't know, that everyone hates it. And I was like, this is very refreshing. This is like someone that like doesn't have any context to the pick actually like enjoy like, so that's kind of cool. Like, you got the long-term like quarterback that you've been talking about and all this is like, oh yeah, no, people hate it. She's like, oh, okay. So that was interesting, to see like people that aren't in our echo chamber, how they view the pick. But, we do see Jared Verse going off the board here to the Rams. But no, I had to get more alcohol. So we got now a local brew. It's called Prison City from Auburn, New York. It's called Hybridation. It's their seasonal. Switching to something stronger. It's a vanilla porter at 7%. So we're going to go with that for the rest of the evening. Dave, has Dave switched to hard liquor, or, how are you doing over there, Dave?
I'm still good. I got another local IPA here.
Yeah.
We can rehash the history of IPAs if we need to.
Yes, that's right. We can always go to that. That's in our back pocket again for day 3. But
it is. But no, I'm still in the same boat, which is everyone involved with the Falcons today has staked a reputation and job security, and in Arthur Blank's case, not to be morbid, but like the end of his life, frankly. Probably. Like I'm not trying to be that guy.
Right.
Like I have this on my mind. I have some relatives who are in poor health in their late 70s, early 80s. So this is happening. This is a huge gamble. Man, I don't know. Like it's a bolder move than I would make as somebody who likes Penix. So I think everyone in that draft room should also be drinking tonight, frankly.
Why? Other thing, I know it's less concerning. Why is Taylor Heineke on this team?
Yeah, why the hell did they give him that money?
He's on this team because they weren't sure if they were going to get Penix. I ultimately think like Penix or their fallback option, Rattler, which maybe they would have kept Heineke anyways. But when they didn't go ahead and tack another year on that deal, like that's when I started really seriously thinking they're going to draft somebody. Because to me, that was going to be the indicator. Like if Heineke is this guy that you think can be a high-end quarterback, backup quarterback for a couple of years, you're going to go ahead and give him another year, push that cap hit out a little bit, and worry about that later. But maybe even though the savings are minimal, he's not actually on the roster that much longer. So
yeah. No, I mean I remember like months ago getting like eviscerated for the idea that the Falcons could consider Michael Penix at 8. And like I definitely came off of that thought. I was like, well, maybe if they're gonna sit at, that was before they signed Cousins. I was like, well, that might be the one that's available, because I think we're gonna see 3 go, and like he might be the one that's available. Things have obviously changed since then in terms of the rankings and stuff like that. But it's pretty crazy. But joining us, Will McFadden. I'm sure Will has some takes on this as well. Will, welcome. How you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing well. I'm very. I feel alive, Kevin, because this is just chaos. We're in the void. It's great.
It is great for content. It's amazing for content.
It's great for content, and that's just what I've become. I've become a content chaos monster. So I'm a slave to Dave and his content. No, I just wrapped up with Joe Patrick. We did a little bit of a rapid reaction, and he was standing right outside of the media room, ready to ask Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris, what's up? You know, like what was this pick about? Because as much as a lot of these moves in free agency have seemingly been about the here and now, this was clearly a move about the future. And I feel like the Falcons learned a lesson they didn't want to learn after the Matt Ryan era about the importance of a succession plan and the game's most important position. And it kind of almost feels like this was a self-imposed penalty for not getting that right the first time around. And that's not to say Michael Penix is not going to be a good player one day, right? But it's just hard to sit here and say, hey, for a team that hasn't been in the postseason since 2017, my first year working for the organization, and I have been not working for the organization for 3 years now. So it's been a minute. This move is head scratching for a team that is, and a fan base, more importantly, that is desperate to get back into the playoffs where Raheem Morris says anything can happen. So it's just really hard for me to kind of make those two things fit together. But like Michael Penix is an interesting quarterback. He reminds me, the upside is Matthew Stafford, right? And that is clearly a connection to the Rams that Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson know very well. His flaws, I think, are fixable. His age is working against him. His injury history is working against him. And Atlanta is the team that is going to try to figure all that out.
Yeah, I agree. And it's extremely controversial. We were saying it earlier. I was like, could they just like let us build some goodwill for this team? Like just like if we could go into the season with some goodwill again, that would be nice. You know, all the positivity last year, it ended up being obviously, misplaced, unfortunately, but man, it's just like a kick in the nuts. And like, I honestly don't hate Penix. Like, I actually like Penix as a prospect. And like, we talked about this on many pre-draft shows. Throw out any media boards that you see, because the NFL teams don't care. The Falcons do not give two shits about, anyone's ranking of Michael Penix except their own. That's just how this works for every single NFL team. So like, you could talk about it being a reach and all that. It wasn't a reach for them, or they wouldn't have made it. And I know like, there was some people saying that like this was Arthur Blank stepping in and forcing this. I don't think so. Like for the reasons we said, like the whole staff went to go watch him. Like if this was like the owner stepping in, they were clearly extremely interested in him. I just didn't think they would be at 8. But
and I will say, like Ovi Mahaley, my co-host on our predictions podcast, said take Michael at a quarterback at 8. He said Michael Penix at 8. Maybe he knew something. I don't think he did, but it's interesting that a former player who has been in these locker rooms, part of these teams, understands the importance of a quarterback, right? And maybe this was the Falcons looking at what happened last year, knowing that, hey, we do have an older quarterback coming off of an Achilles injury. If something were to happen again, Taylor Heineke was the backup last year. Like, do you want to go through that same cycle again, or do you want to have a little bit of a different club in the bag that you can pull out if need be? And so, maybe that's part of the rationale. Maybe that goes against what I was saying about the future, this being totally a future move. Maybe that is an argument for the present, is we're upgrading the backup quarterback position with upside for the future, and it is cost effective for the next 5 years. But again, shout out to Ovi, honestly, for making that prediction and calling it right. I was ready to just totally close our stream down when he said that to me. I was offended, frankly, but he hit the nail on the head, that son of a gun. So it's interesting, but apparently not totally out of left field if you've been inside of these buildings and you understand, I guess, the importance of the game's most important position.
Yeah, it doesn't... like NFL teams going to get quarterbacks never should shock anyone. I mean, it's like it, and again, like I try, like even though I personally disagree with this because of the timeline, I have maligned so many teams for not taking the quarterback when they had the chance. You know, it's such a weird fit. Like, and it's not Michael Penix's fault. Like, first of all, like this has nothing to do with Michael Penix. I think he's a very interesting quarterback prospect. But like when you have an older quarterback prospect and a veteran that you just gave an enormous contract to. Now, it's not like it is like it's structured in such a way you can get out of it after 2 years, but you just gave Kirk Cousins a massive contract. You just committed to him fully. You've apparently pissed him off with this move. So like you can add that to the mix. Now, who knows how accurate this is, like all these tweets are, you know, about how upset Cousins is. But knowing what we know about Cousins and how sensitive he is to these things, I believe it that he's upset. Like, would he have signed in Atlanta if he knew they were going to draft his successor in the first round this year? I don't think so. Now, we also know he wanted to come to Atlanta to be closer to family and lots of other stuff, so maybe he still would have.
Yeah, but that's a great question by you, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, you're fair.
It's just a question, you know. I'm just asking questions here. We're all asking questions. But, you know, the timeline doesn't make sense to me. Going out and giving Kirk Cousins all this money if you loved Michael Penix doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's like they love him, but they sort of say, like, he's, like, years away, but we love him. And it's like, and, like, I'll shout out Joe Schmo with this, like, who said, like, teams don't draft quarterbacks to sit anymore, and they should, because there's so many quarterbacks that could have been good NFL starters that just got thrown to the wolves too early and didn't have a chance to develop. And they lost their opportunity to do so because they got ruined by, you know, all that stuff. So maybe this is like, it's just like a giant big brain move by the Falcons. And I can't believe they actually did it. Like it's shocking to me. Like you said, it's like the biggest gamble that I could think they could possibly take at the 8th pick. And they just did it. And it's like I don't get it.
Look, man, are you dating your cousins or are you married to your cousins?
Right.
And that's the question here.
Look, I'm from Maine, so it's both.
I used to be from Florida, so I was in Lower Alabama, Florida, you know, in Central Time. So I know all about those arrangements. But
we're at least an hour from that conversation.
Yeah, that's day 3 talk right there. But yeah. But yeah, it's yeah, no, go ahead, Dave. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say it's funny because I'm going to be honest with you, and this is going to sound like revisionist history, so you're free to say, like, Dave is making this up. He just wants to ride the wave. But I debated writing something in the last day or two about, like, what if the Falcons take Penix at number 8? And I had the pre-write ready for Penix, and it was not on our original list. I said,
yeah,
what if they actually do this? And what gave me pause was what Fontenot said the other day about, you know, the today's surplus, tomorrow's need, etc. And just thinking, what if they really do love one of these quarterbacks? And it seems to be Penix because they sent the contingent out there. Again, did I ever think that they would take him at number 8? Ultimately, no, I did not. But I really think that was him cluing us in to the fact that they were really considering getting the guy they thought could be a franchise quarterback in the top 10. We're not ready to hear that for very good reasons, I think, again, because you don't know how this is going to work out and pay off. But it's something that I think they really actually tried to tee us up for. And maybe we missed some signs because, again, when you haven't had a John Abraham in the building for 12 years, and you, even when John Abraham was here, I was like, let's draft a complement to John Abraham. And you've got these top edge rushers who, again, didn't go in the top 10, but could have. It's hard to see you taking a quarterback there. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
It's tough. And yeah, before we go any further with this, I do want to officially start our $50 NFL Shop card giveaway. I just want to officially get that going. So for those that want to enter, there's just 3 steps you got to do. First one is make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. So you can do that right now. It only it's almost instant that it gets recognized. So you don't have to worry about, like, you didn't have to do it 5 minutes ago or whatever. And then make sure you join the Falcoholic Discord, the link to which pops up on screen here every once in a while. It's also in the show description. These steps are also in the show description. I'm going to start a giveaway, and you just need to make sure you join it. And you need to make sure you're on the Discord, because that's how we're going to confirm your identity and like actually send you the card itself. So we're going to go ahead and get that started. We're going to run that through the end of the, through the next hour or so. And, we won't make you stay until like midnight if the draft drags on that long, but we'll run it for like 45 minutes, an hour, or whatever. And then we will officially award it. But I do want to get that go before it gets too late. I meant to start it earlier, but I feel like we were in like a serious thing with this Cousins pick. So I just felt like we couldn't step away from that. But let me go ahead and get this started and make sure the giveaway is working here. Okay, there we go. Yes, so you use the command !enter. Exactly that. No spaces, no caps, no whatever. !enter. You should automatically be entered. And yes, so like AJ Evans, I saw you just entered. You are showing up in the thing. So it should let you know that like it acknowledges you. But yeah, so everybody that's doing it, I'm seeing a bunch of names pop up. So it is working. Great.
We're not allowed to win this, right, Kevin?
What's that? No, we're not allowed to win this. There is also a giveaway that we're going to be doing on day 3 that's specifically for our patrons and our channel members on YouTube. You do not have to be present to win that one. We'll just do that one as a drawing on day 3. But if you can sign up now, tomorrow, day 3, whatever, and that will enter you into a pool of like 50 people for the gift card. So you got like a 1 in 50 shot at that. With this, it's probably going to be like a 1 in, I don't know, 200, maybe more. We'll see how many people actually enter, but it's a lot. I can already tell that. But shout out to we peaked at almost 650 after that pick came in. So shout out to everyone for coming in for that. That was real spicy. But we will continue our commentary here as we get into this, and like, it's probably the surprise, and Dave's right. Maybe we shouldn't have been surprised by this. It's just like, I think, to me, I feel like they intentionally kind of obscured it, but like they didn't, maybe, because like
they were seeding the soil a little bit this week, right? We saw the Diana Rossini tweets about Michael Penix being the best kept secret in the draft, according to teams, because he was the player the media wasn't talking about. But Kevin, you and I spoke about this. It's like, we felt like that was a smokescreen. I felt like that was Terry Fontenot and the Falcons organization throwing up every smoke signal about like, we're open for business. Anybody, whether it's Byron Murphy, whether it's Michael Penix, whether it's Rome Odunze, come get your boy if you want him. Let us know. We're happy to trade back because we've got our eyes set on one of these edge rushers. But Dave, I think you made a great point about Cinch John Abraham, right? Like, we have constantly been clamoring for a top 10 edge rush pick. Maybe, and I'll take the blame on this because this is usually the type of thing I'm curious enough to look into. I have a whole freaking notes about arm lengths of pass rushers here that I decided to look at. Nice. How often do edge rushers that are taken in the top 10 pan out compared to at least that kind of like hit rate chart, which is awesome and very fascinating. But it does feel like edge rushers can come from various spots in the draft. Like, that is one of the positions. Receiver is a position that gets talked about a lot like this. But I would be really curious to kind of dig into that and see how many 3rd round pass rushers become impact players, how many 5th round guys develop into impact player. Like, maybe it's something where there is a disconnect between, because they're so flashy. It's the Ferrari, it's the Maserati coming out of college, when you've got, Tyree Wilson, or you've got a Aiden Hutchinson, or anybody that is incredible at the college level. But what exactly is that true conversion rate of being a star pass rusher at the college level and a star pass rusher at the NFL level? And then how many of those guys on day 2 and day 3 make that leap with better coaching, with improved play along the rest of the defensive line and less attention on them? Like, maybe this is something that we are off a little bit on. But again, right now, I just feel like I'm making excuses again for a pick that has me as puzzled as anything else, because I was totally willing to be wrong on my Liatu Latu pick if it was Dallas Turner, or frankly, Jared Verse. That guy's awesome. He's a stud. I watched his clips again like 2 days ago just to like circle back on him. And I was like, damn, he's great. Like, he's such a fun player to watch. Bull rushing left tackles straight into the quarterback himself. And, you know, Michael Penix is a good quarterback at the college level. And I think that he could be a good pro. But again, it's just like you drafted a guy that probably, hopefully, if things go according to the organization's plan, won't be seeing the field for 2 years.
Yeah. It's just the timeline thing. Like, you know, if they hadn't signed Cousins, it would be like, oh, wow, they got their quarterback, you know, like they were able to sit at 8 and pick him and they didn't have to trade up. And that's great. You know, I think we would have probably been expecting McCarthy instead, given how many boards had that stacked up or whatever. But like, it's such an odd pairing with Cousins, and clearly they're trying to go the Jordan Love route. You know, Jordan Love was like 2-3 years younger, so it's like there's also that to contend with. But quarterbacks are also playing longer. Yeah, Cousins is a great example of that. It's puzzling. You know, clearly. Yeah, go ahead, Adnan. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I do think the age does play a factor here, because Penix did feel like more of a. Yeah, Penix didn't feel like a guy who really needed to sit, right? Like, Penix wasn't like super raw. He spent a lot of time in college. He's going to be 24 in 2 weeks. Like, for example, if Drake May fell to 8 and that was the pick, I would understand it way more. Well, one, because I think Drake May is the second best quarterback in this draft as well. So that would have, you know, also been really nice. But yeah, it's like, that definitely plays a part in this. The you know, he's not going to take a snap until he's 26. And I mean, I don't know. We'll see how it works out, but it's all sorts of confusing. And had you told me Penix would be the pick before the draft, I'd be like, no way. Like, I'd be like, what's the justification? And that's why I'm sitting here bewildered right now.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one. We did see Chop Robinson go to the Dolphins at 21. So the edge rushers have thinned out fast. We've seen 4 edge rushers go in the last, 7 picks. So, you know, that is seemingly unlikely. The upside of that is that none of the quarterbacks have gone. So the Falcons want a corner. You know, they have the opportunity to potentially move up for one of these guys. Like, there will be corners available in this range. Jerzon Newton's still there. He's a guy I really like. So we'll see. You know, we've talked on these shows about the Falcons trading up in the first round before. It's never happened. So, well, it did happen that Caleb McGarry year. I shouldn't say never, but you know, I guess the jury's still out on whether that was a good trade or not. But okay, it's probably not a good trade if we're being honest. We're here to bring you guys honesty, but yeah, it's a surprising turn of events, no doubt about it. And it just, I dislike it. I know a lot of you guys do, but again, it's like, this is one of those things where it's a huge gamble. The fan base is not going to support it. You're creating a quarterback controversy with your veteran that you just paid a ton of money to and just told him he was your future, and you went on this whole PR campaign establishing him as that. And then like immediately like drafted his successor. Yeah. What was that? I'm sorry.
I said a campaign that also resulted in a possible tampering charge pretty soon as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. So this whole thing is so goddamn weird. This is just like, I don't even know what to say.
What if that's the penalty? What if that's the NFL's penalty for the tampering? Is that Kirk Cousins has to go back to Minnesota?
Yeah,
and so they knew it was coming, and they're just like, we got to draft a quarterback anyway.
Yeah, that's a big brain.
We mentioned the possibility earlier tonight. Like, maybe the NFL came to the Falcons. They're like, "You're taking Penix at 8." That's the
for the ratings. That's your punishment, and then they're gonna waive off the tampering charges. They're just like, you have to throw a draft curveball at 8. We don't care what it is, but you can't take someone you were expected to take. They're like, okay.
We don't even know what was actually on the card. This was a Moonlight La La Land situation.
Yep,
Roger Goodell just read out Michael Penix's name.
I love it. His eyes.
Can you imagine? And then the NFL's like, you know what? We're rolling with it. This is your pick. We don't care.
Yeah, they're just like, no, stop that. Yeah, oh no, it's too late. It's too late. But no, it's the amount
Where do they go
from
here?
Where do they go? Where do I go from here? I mean, we still got another hour and a half of this show, I'm sure, but no, it's. I mean, you got to nail the rest of the draft. I mean, if you're not getting a contributor at 8, because you're not getting a contributor at 8 in 2024 or 2025, more than likely, unless Kirk Cousins gets hurt, and then that's like, are you really winning at that point? Like, does that make it a good pick if the guy you paid $35 million to gets hurt? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, if he plays great, then of course it does. But if he doesn't, I mean, whatever. But
all of the corners are still basically on the board, which is fun.
I guess we're gonna pass rush with vibes, I guess.
Well, something that I was thinking about a little bit. Again, I was totally thinking that they would not go quarterback at 8, but because we all seemed very certain that edge would be the pick and over corner, right? Because that was something that I asked a lot of people about the predictions podcast was, all right, why edge as opposed to corner, right? But I was kind of considering the depth chart, considering that, a different scheme fit, but Bud Dupree and Calais Campbell are still out there. I have my own reservations about, all right, just because they were here last year in Ryan Nielsen's defense doesn't mean that like the Falcons are just immediately going to pick up the phone and call to bring him back if they need to, but they could because they do have that connection there. If you look at the depth of the front 7 compared to the secondary, God forbid AJ Terrell goes down. God forbid Clark Phillips, who was a second-year rookie who played like a little well in his final 4 games in his rookie year. And we were all like, oh, this is awesome. He's going to be great. We don't know that. But like, if any of those guys go out for a meaningful amount of time, the Falcons are in a bind. And the depth there is much thinner than it is up front, even though the starting end talents is probably comparable between the two. And so I was kind of wondering, all right, does that flip the needle in favor of maybe taking a corner? Well, all the corners are still here. So clearly the teams in the NFL think less of the corners than we did throughout this whole draft process. But maybe the Falcons felt very comfortable saying, okay, we can still go get. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell is still there. Like Terrion Arnold, Cooper
not
DeJean,
anymore.
Oh, did you go?
Yeah, I was like, as long as he doesn't say Quinyon Mitchell, it'll be okay. Ah, damn it.
That's fine. I'm very comfortable saying Cooper DeJean.
Quinyon Mitchell. God damn it.
God damn.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
I didn't want to stop the flow, but yeah.
Just totally going down the drain. But yeah, I mean, like maybe that was the thought. I'd be very, very curious to hear from Raheem and Terry soon, which I know they're going to speak and they're going to get asked a lot of hard questions by people in that room. It's going to be interesting to see what they say, but they could still address at least one of the defensive needs. And I mean, I know that you're pretty high on Marshawn Kneeland coming like out of Western Michigan, Kevin. Like he's interesting, but he's certainly not any of those top 3 guys. And I mean, we do still have Darius Robinson there. Like there are defensive linemen if that's where the Falcons want to go. But I do now wonder if the secondary was kind of their play all along if they were going to add to the defense, given that you do still have Arnold Ebiketie, you do have Lorenzo Carter, you've got, Brady Jarrett, you've got guys along the defensive line that like, I think Zach Harrison can make a nice jump in year 2. So maybe that was the rationale. But again, it's just kind of hard to justify, but maybe the draft is lining up nicely with what they actually wanted to do if corner was kind of the plan all along.
Yeah, it could be. And yeah, no, go ahead, Adnan. Yeah.
No, this isn't, I feel like I'm going to be derailing the conversation a little bit, but can we just talk about the Eagles for a second? Like
this damn team,
Like Quinyon Mitchell at 22, like what? Every year they just like hold steady and just like,
and do what the Falcons fans wanted the Falcons to do. Yeah.
Every time.
Do what we want. And they just do what conventional wisdom says to do. And, all these teams, the galaxy brain and overthink the draft ahead of them, push down these great prospects to them year after year. And they always end up with some great player in the first round year after year. Why can't it be us?
Why not us? Why not us, right? But yeah, the Eagles just they seem to always be in the right spot to get the guy that they really need. So obviously they had a disappointing end of the last season, but yeah, so they get Quinyon Mitchell there, who's one of my guys, Toledo legend Quinyon Mitchell. But we got to see we need to see what the Falcons continue to do here, because they have to nail the rest of the draft. There's no question about that. Like, if they're not going to get a contributor at 8, they need to be really confident in getting contributors the rest of the way, because now, like, this roster is not good enough to win without some contributions from the rookie class. They need a lot of them. So, like, if they can't afford to take a bunch of sit and wait guys. Like, they can't. Like, I know they probably like to do that. They need to get contributors right now, and like, punting on that at 8 is going to make finding starters in this draft a lot harder, because that's the one you're probably counting on the most to start. So it's a bold approach. I mean, there's no lack of boldness with these guys. That's for sure. And you know, sometimes fortune favors the bold, but I certainly hope it favors them this time, because I certainly can't handle another bust. But to be fair, I don't think any of their first round picks have been bad under Terry Fontenot. I know Kyle Pitts has disappointed some, but I don't think he's a bad pick, and I think we're probably going to feel better about that after this season. But I don't think, and again, so if Michael Penix could not be bad, is that good enough to justify it? You know, probably not. But you know, we're going to probably need him to hit more than just to be not bad. Yeah, I mean, he needs to be a starting quarterback at minimum, probably. So, you know, we'll see how the hell that goes. But let me get to a couple of these comments, because I let them sit for too long. Appreciate you guys' patience as we work through this. We got Brandon with the $2. Thank you so much, Brandon, for that. Says Penix is a left-handed quarterback, which means Caleb McGarry is his blindside tackle. Let that sink in. The good news, Brandon, is we're probably not going to have Caleb McGarry on the roster by the time Michael Penix is actually seeing the field. So probably don't have to worry too much about that, because they're probably moving on from McGarry next year, whether he's good or not, to save cap space. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Corey with the $2 says, what exactly would our drafts look like if Fontenot was actually an undercover agent still working for the Saints? You know, I think they would look worse than they have the past 4 years, to be fair, Corey. But, you know, this pick, you know,
tonight's draft, I think, would look something like this.
It might. Like, tonight's draft so far is a little bit questionable, to say the very least. Mad Tom K with the $5 says, I don't envy you guys for having to try to explain this. You guys do really good work. We appreciate you, Mad, for sticking around and hanging out with us as well. We got Corey with the $2 saying, I'm sure that Penix is thrilled as well, knowing he's about to have to sit for 2 years. Falcons never learn from their mistakes. Feel like blank is the one constant. You know, I don't know how much blank had to do with this or not. I certainly feel like the regime liked him, considering they all flew out to watch him. So I feel like this was probably a joint decision, but we'll see. Mad Tom K says, Dave, thank you for the main comment. I needed that laugh. Yep, that's that's a good one. And we got George with the $2 saying, with the 8th pick in the NFL draft, the Falcons select QB Michael Penix Jr. Fans boo. Terry Fontenot, why are you booing me? I'm right. You know, yeah. On a positive note, definitely enter the giveaway, guys. Type ! Enter to enter that giveaway for a $50 NFL Shop gift card to buy your Michael Penix jersey, as George said. So, you know, there you go. You could go secure that Michael Penix future franchise quarterback jersey right there. And then we got ATL hometown Atlanta Falcons with the $10. Thank you, appreciate you. Our question: Do you guys think that Penix is good to back up Kirk Cousins if he gets hurt? I think Taylor Heineke's the backup this year. I think Michael Penix is legit the quarterback 3, which I don't know how I feel about that either. But they're not going to save any money by cutting Taylor Heineke, so they might as well just keep him. I think they saved like $1 million by cutting him. So I think Michael Penix is probably, like, just to really drive this home, I think Michael Penix will be the emergency quarterback for this season, and it will probably not even be the quarterback 2. So, you know, just let that. I'm letting that sink in a little bit.
Has Evan talked?
Evan, are you here?
Evan's been here for like an hour.
Evan's been here this whole time.
Minutes.
I remember letting Evan in. Yeah. Evan was just transfixed.
This is like having front row seats. Or floor seats. Yeah.
How are you doing, Evan? How's it going on your end?
I mean, from what I've heard from you guys, I need to because I was working on the Falcaholic.com, so I didn't get to watch the live reaction. So I'll be doing that after the draft and seeing your guys' live reaction. But I don't want to just come on and repeat stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's probably echoing which you guys have said in some fashion. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's just confusing because I thought like, and that could be my own fault, but when they signed Kirk Cousins, to me, that was like, okay, they think they can win now. And tonight's move wasn't really you think you can win now. Like, you can say maybe they got better tonight in 3 or 4 years, but they didn't get better tonight because Penix isn't going to play. Like Kevin said, he's probably quarterback 3. So they haven't gotten better tonight. They're one of the few teams in the league that didn't improve tonight. And to me, that kind of sucks because it's like, I thought that's the direction we were going in, but now, and it'd be one thing if like Jaden Daniels or somebody slipped to them. To me, then it's like, okay, screw Kirk Cousins. Like, you have to do this. I didn't think Penix was that guy worth that kind of pick at pick 8. And, looking at some of the past, selections with like Kyle Pitts, you had to take him because he was the BPA tight end. Like, it was like, to me, a no-brainer. Bijan, I know some people were against that because of how Algier was, but he was still by far. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs has showed a lot, but I still think Bijan's in the long run going to be the better running back of the two, hopefully. And then with Drake London, like, that was another one where people were, kind of questionable on it. But those decisions like made sense even then. Like, maybe like 20 minutes after, if you were a little upset, you could start justifying it. I still don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to be, and we won't really know for like years, unless something happens with Kirk Cousins and Heineke. It's just, to me, it's just weird. Like, it seemed like the one pick that didn't make any sense going into it. I mean, I even had a tweet about it. Like, the only pick that would make me mad tonight is if they do Penix, because I saw the smoke or, the recent rumblings about them being interested in Penix at 8. And I'm like, don't put this shit out into the universe. Like, we know this isn't happening.
And they also,
and then naturally that happens. So like, whoever put it out there was tipped off that they were going to do it. And then I think the other thing that bothers me is that, with the Kirk Cousins thing, like, okay, you want to say you don't owe Kirk Cousins anything. Okay. But if this organization is the same one that won't draft certain players because maybe they get in a little trouble, but then you sign Kirk Cousins like to this massive deal, basically saying you're the guy for the next 3 to 4 years or whatever, and you don't even mention it to him or his reps that, hey, there's a possibility we might get a quarterback in round 1, according to the reports at least, that they maybe mentioned that maybe at one point, maybe what I was thinking, Spencer Rattler, that's what I had in my one and only mock draft. I thought that was something, but he took a quarterback in round 1. And I mean, it's not like Penix is going to supplant, Cousins, at least not this upcoming year, unless Cousins takes like a crazy nosedive and is just not good at all. Then maybe there's a chance by season's end or something. But yeah, it just kind of sucks to know they did not get better tonight, at least not this upcoming year and probably the next year. Like, it doesn't make them better at all in a year where they have the easiest strength schedule or whatever. The NFC South isn't dominant. Like, it's like they have these opportunities to win the South and they're just like not doing it. And tonight, I don't think they did anything because I wanted Dallas Turner. And you can say the pass rusher slid or, defense slid, and that's fair. But I don't think that means they suck. Right. I think it's just maybe the NFL's shifting, towards more offense because that's what the NFL keeps doing with their rules is pushing more towards offense is what's going to win you the game. So it makes sense. But, I mean, we don't, we've gone forever without a pass rush. And it finally seemed like the one time you cannot avoid it, you're taking a pass rusher. Unless you trade it down, which that's what I was in favor of. And then, of course, that didn't happen. But, in hindsight, that could have been nice to trade down and get Dallas Turner and collect some picks. But I don't know. If you believe Penix is the guy, that's one thing. But I didn't see anybody coming out on Twitter or anywhere else saying, like, best quarterback in the draft. And maybe I overlooked it. I don't know. But that's a little rich to me at 8. And then I think somebody mentioned him being left-handed and stuff like that. And his age, he'll be probably like 27, I think. Like, if he hits the field when Kirk Cousins is kind of leaving. Like, I don't know. There's too many like questionables with this, and it shouldn't be at pick 8, you know. But
Evan, you did mention a couple of things there, though, that I'll just play devil's advocate for the heck of it, right? They do have the easiest schedule in the league, right? By like a wide margin, if that graphic I'm sure we all saw is to be believed. So maybe the thought here is that, hey, they should have made the playoffs last year, right? The roster is not that different. That Kirk Cousins is going to be the rising tide that lifts the offensive boats, and that you're going to get an uptick from your last 3 first-round picks, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, because of better quarterback play, right? So that right there hopefully is enough to let you win the NFC South, and then you go from there. You're bringing in a defensive coach, a new defensive coordinator that have some synchronicity between them. You're keeping an awesome assistant in Jerry Gray. Maybe that allows your defense to stay at the very minimum the same, if not also improve slightly. So maybe you're feeling like the roster as it currently is going to be a little bit better than it was last year, and that quarterback will be significantly better, and that by itself, coupled with a very easy schedule, is enough so that you could use this pick to, again, kind of maybe correct the lesson that you didn't learn the first time around with Matt Ryan. And, I was watching the comments there as you were talking, Evan, but I was listening to you. But Joe Schmo did bring up a good point where...
Wait, is this a real person?
Yeah, that's his screen name. That's his screen name.
He's in hiding though, right? Yeah. So we don't want to alienate him. It's actually Terry Fontenot. If this was Matt Ryan, right, and this was 2019, right, then we would be saying, okay, like it's Jordan Love, and they've got an aging quarterback. They need the succession plan. It's costing you the first round pick, but you're investing real draft capital in a player that you hope will be a franchise quarterback at one point. And just because it's all happening very fast, and because it feels like we just got out in the aftermath, like it's Taylor Swift, it's what she's doing, right? It's like your album just came out, now you got a double album coming out. Like, hold on, we need a second to just like take all of this in for 1 minute, right?
All right, this is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is the Taylor Swift talk.
The Orchard Falcons department over here, baby.
Will and I actually spoke about it before tonight. We actually decided to hijack the show.
Yes, and I imagined.
Talk about Taylor Swift for the rest of the draft. So you guys are no longer need. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You guys can go. It's fine.
Get my wife to actually watch some of the Falcolic draft party.
Yep.
I think that it's all happening like so quickly, but if you do think about it logically, right, like Kirk Cousins is here probably for 2 years. At most, they've got him under contract for 3 years. There's a chance, none of us want this, that he does get re-injured and he's here for shorter than the 2 years that we're all expecting, right? So having a clear plan at the most important position is not objectively a bad thing. But to Evan's point, it just seemed like they were pushing all the chips into the middle of the table. They were about to get some more chips to then also be able to push into the middle of the table. And instead they took some chips and they put them off to the side for the future. Right. So that's kind of where I think it is a little bit like we're all wrong-footed at this point in time, but the goal of the organization and of Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris is to figure out the best plan, because Terry Fontenot said on Tuesday, right? Like the needs currently are not necessarily going to be your needs in August. They're not going to be your needs a year from now. This stuff changes very quickly and you work with what you've got. Again, I think Michael Penix not ever being talked about, to Evan's point, as like the best quarterback in this draft, him being the 4th quarterback off the board. All of that stuff is very valid if you want to like poke holes in all of this. But who's to say that next year's quarterback class is not going to be very good at all? Like a lot of people feel that it's not going to be. Who's to say the year after that is not going to be very good? Like maybe they felt that this was the right time. And again, if this was Matt Ryan at quarterback and we knew that the end was near for him, we may be feeling differently. But the same could be said of Kirk Cousins, right? Like he is at that point of his career. He is coming off of an injury. They only have him for a short amount of time. So maybe they were like, all right, we're just going to handle the present and the future of the quarterback position in one offseason. and we feel good about the roster. We feel good about this upcoming schedule, where the NFC South is right now, and that the moves we have made should hopefully bolster the rest of our roster to get it to its optimal place to still be able to make the playoffs anyway. I don't know. Yeah. That's my best shot as like a devil's advocate.
No, it makes sense. But isn't it kind of a weird route that they're going with this? Like,
totally.
I know people are trying to kind of piece it together as like, different, like a Jordan Love scenario or something like that, trying to justify it and make it make sense. But, I thought the like whole point of getting a quarterback, or at least the benefit, is that rookie deal. He'll be what? It'll be like 3 years in or 4 years in before he actually probably starts. And then he's already 27 or 28 or whatever. I don't know. I guess it's more of a quick hindsight thing, and like no football's been played yet. So, I mean, Kirk Cousins could come out and be terrible, and then we see him earlier, or maybe Kirk Cousins comes out and is good, and then we, whatever. But to me, it was just kind of weird. Like, I guess I would have rather seen them, and to Will's point, like maybe this was something that popped up recently, and they just like fell in love with Penix a week or two ago or something like that, and it's just like random, because I just find it odd that you risk the tampering thing where you're so in love with this dude, you're willing to break the rules, and then a month and a half later or whatever, you're not even mentioning to him. So you didn't mention it to him then. So it's like, did the plan come this quickly that they woke up one day and they're like, Penix is it. Like, that's the guy. And
actually, Penix kicks ass. We're taking Penix.
Which is like, and if he does, okay, that's great. Like, I hope as a fan that he is amazing. But I don't know. Did you guys see that? Because like, even though I wasn't on the show, I watched the show all the time. And it didn't seem like you guys were up talking. I think you talked about Spencer Rattler more than you talked about Penix. Like,
I thought they were going to take a quarterback.
Seem like a legit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I think the difference too is, and this is something I'll always think about because they had that opportunity, was McCarthy seemed like would have been more of that, okay, this makes more sense because he's younger. And like Penix, I think, would be ready to play quicker than McCarthy, to where now, okay, what if Penix comes out, and is good in 2 or 3 years or whatever, and it's like, well, we could have started him earlier. We could have also added more talent if we went a cheaper route and didn't sign Kirk Cousins, but that might go back to maybe that wasn't the plan at the time. Maybe the plan shifted that quickly to where they were like, oh shit, we signed Kirk Cousins, but we do like Penix, so that he's the one we're going after. I just find it hard to believe, and then they didn't mention it at all to them like that. And now you've kind of pissed him off probably. I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
It could have maybe been like a bird in the hand and versus two in the bush, and then they just ended up with all the birds, right? Yeah. Like they're just a New York bird lady who's like standing on the rooftops with like 400 pigeons now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, I feel almost confident that if the exact same scenario were to play out and Arthur Smith is the head coach, that JJ McCarthy would have been the quarterback. I think JJ McCarthy fits that ethos. But again, like, Michael Penix's strengths are reminiscent of Matthew Stafford's. I'm not saying he's going to be Matthew Stafford at all, but like, the dude can zip the ball to every single part of the field. He can play from within the pocket. He can read defenses. He can manipulate defenses. He's smart. Like, those are real things that he does bring to the table, and the issues that he has can be ironed out over a couple of years. It's footwork, it's technical, it's mechanical. Like, the injury stuff aside, because who knows how all that is going to shake out, you can see the upshot here for the Falcons, and especially coming from LA. But again, to your point, Evan, and like, it's everybody's point, like, we all know what they didn't get. It's the opportunity cost of choosing to take the quarterback there after investing in a quarterback this offseason is just a little bit of a weird situation that I don't think anybody expected in. And Kevin, if I were to tell you that the Falcons were coming away from this draft with a Michael P at quarterback, you and I would have both been like, Michael Pratt, Tulane, what's up?
Yeah. Third
day
round,
3.
okay.
Let's go, baby.
Day 3, I'd be happier. Yeah. I mean, like, to be completely honest, like, I'm happier that we have Michael Penix as our developmental quarterback than Spencer Rattler. Like, I honestly feel like Spencer Rattler's Taylor Heineke. Like I know that like Rattler has a better arm. Don't get me wrong, but he's not as athletic as Heineke. And like it's like that the Rattler pick would not have moved the needle for me at all. But it would have been a third rounder.
It's like a worse Jay Cutler.
Worse Jay Cutler.
Well, also I do want to address, because I've seen people bring it up a lot on Twitter, and people making the Jordan Love comparison. I don't think it's I mean, it's sort of apples to apples, but I don't really like the comparison, because I feel like with Jordan Love, there was 3 big differences. One is Love was 22 on week 1 of his rookie season. Jordan Love right now is a year older than Michael Penix will be in two weeks. So there's the age thing. The other thing is, of course, Aaron Rodgers was a flight risk. Aaron Rodgers has been a flight risk to retire if he didn't get what he wanted from Green Bay for years. And the third thing is Jordan Love was pick 26. Michael Penix was pick 8. Like, that's a big difference in, taking a quarterback, a more developmental quarterback with the 26th pick. Okay, I sort of get it. Like, okay, maybe. But to take someone in the top 10, like a top 10 player is an impact day 1 guy. Like, that is like a guy who should be helping you win this division. Like, let's be honest. Like, last year we had Bijan Robinson at pick 8. 2 years ago it was Drake London. Both of those guys had very impact rookie seasons. Sure, the team didn't win as much as we would have liked, but that wasn't their fault. So I don't know. I just don't like the Jordan Love comparison that I'm seeing a lot of people make of, oh, it worked out for the Packers. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's working out for the Packers now, but it's the same thing that we were talking about with Penix earlier on. The Packers in 2021 won 13 games. That was the year he sat for 2 years. So Jordan Love was their pick ahead of that 2021 season. They won 13 games. They lost in the divisional round to the 49ers by 3 points. Who's to say that a player that they could have gotten instead in the first round couldn't have helped them maybe get to the Super Bowl? So that's the other thing that people aren't really like judging based on that, Jordan Love like pick. I mean, right now I'm sure they don't mind it at all. Jordan Love looked great last year, but there's just, in my opinion, too many differences within those scenarios where you can't just be like, oh, well, it worked out for Green Bay. This is a good move for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so it's like, if
go
you
ahead.
just draft a quarterback in round 1 and start them instantly, is that the Matt Ryan scenario? And it's just like, it's a can't mess it up. Like, what if in 3 years or whatever Penix starts and he sucks? It's like, well, the Jordan Love scenario there didn't work out. Like, it's such a gamble for me.
Maybe
for no
he's
reason.
It's a
Lance.
huge gamble.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I'm
the
one
heck
of them. I
knows?
thought Trey Lance was going to be great.
I thought
Especially
I
where
was
he
like,
went.
trade for Trey Lance this offseason, man. Like,
Yeah.
what are we doing? Like, if this is
I'm a Sam Darnold believer, so I'm very jealous of the Vikings and all of what they've done. Like, I would have, if I could go back in time, I would have been like, yeah, let's just get Darnold. You can take Penix, sure. And then now we can spend some of that money on some actual free agents instead of what we did. But
maybe that's the tampering penalty. Evan now has to be a Vikings fan. Is that?
well,
is
my
that
dad's
what
a
we're doing?
Vikings fan, so I mean, there's a
Oh,
lot
I love
of
that.
sadness in my family. But yeah,
There's too much
Yeah.
sadness already. Yeah.
we don't
want to invite
that's
that.
where I was too. I was watching
Yeah.
with him, and he's thrilled, and he's looking
Yeah.
over at me as if like my cat died or something, and that's how it kind of feels. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it's, we did, let me update you guys on the last few picks. After the Eagles took Quinion Mitchell at 22, we had Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver, go into the Jaguars at 23. We had the Lions trade up with the Cowboys to get Terrion Arnold, the cornerback, at 24. The Packers took tackle Jordan Morgan at 25, and then we saw the Bucks take Graham Barton, the versatile offensive lineman from Duke, at 26. That one was actually pretty chalk. I've seen that one mocked like all over the place. So, so now we have the Cardinals on the clock at 27. So, there is a lot of buzz that there's many teams trying to get back into the first round. We'll see if the Falcons are one of them. I would love to, Jerzon Newton's still here. I would be trying to do whatever we can to get Jerzon Newton at this point for sure. I would think he's pretty much a steal. So, we'll see if anything materializes or not. But and make sure you guys sign up for the giveaway. Type in #enter into the chat. Make sure you're subscribed and make sure you're joining the Falcoholic Discord so we can get you your prize. But that's all you have to do to join. So make sure you do that. We'll be giving that away towards the end of the round. And just appreciate everyone for hanging out with us. It's been a difficult night, but it's nice to have our group therapy session before here so we can all get through this together. And shout out to Brian Mann for the $20 donation. I don't know if you meant to leave a question with that, Brian. If you did, definitely put it out there in the chat, and I'll be sure to read that for you. I didn't see a question with the donation, but if you put it out there, I'll make sure to get it. Quick interlude just to remind you guys, please like and subscribe. That really helps us out. Reminder, we'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. for day 2, and then we'll be back again at noon on Saturday for all of day 3. So there's going to be plenty of takes throughout. So don't worry about any lack of takes. We're going to be here to break down all of this team's stupid or hopefully less stupid moves. Maybe they'll look like geniuses. I hope they look like geniuses. That would be nice. Anything to change the narrative, really, because as much as I know the show does great numbers when this team does things that piss people off, I prefer talking about fun things.
The real winner tonight is Dave. Like, think of how many clicks we're gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're crushing the clicks on Falcoholic.com. I have no doubt about that. I know
doesn't he look full? His belly looks full. He's had a lot tonight.
It kills me because people are always like, "You must love this." I don't love this. I would rather people were happy.
Question: would you delete the Falcoholic.com if the Falcons were guaranteed a Super Bowl win?
Oh, tomorrow. I would personally scrub that from Google. Like I love the Falcoholic, man, but like this is what it's all about. I would
well, that answers it right there then.
Yeah.
It's not about the Falcoholic.com. It's about the memories, It's about the times we had together, right? So we can rebuild it. We have the technology, So if we had to dismantle the site to win a Super Bowl, we could do that.
We could do that. But it is one of those things where like we got a ton of clicks in 2016 and 2017 when the Falcons were great, and also I had a really good time.
I would rather have that. Yeah.
Yes, like I'll take. If you're telling me I'm going to get 100 fewer website visits a day because people are less mad, like I will take that.
I'll be okay with that. Yeah, I'll be okay with that. No, it's just like the apathy is the worst, right? That's the biggest problem. Man, there's so much stuff coming out about how pissed Kirk Cousins is. This is not great.
It's actually bad. Like at first I thought it was speculation or something, but there's been so many credible sources saying it. I haven't checked since, but there was at least 4 before I got on here, so I imagine that's only gone up.
Yeah.
There's nothing you want more than to piss off your next franchise, or not franchise, but your starting quarterback over the next 2 or 3 years before we even get to minicamp.
Yep.
I'm looking at a picture right now of Dennis Quaid next to Willie Beeman from Any Given Sunday, and it's like Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix next to you.
I like. There's somebody shared a video of Andy from Toy Story where he drops wood and he's like, "I don't want to play with you anymore," but it was captioned "Falcons after Kirk Cousins plays 0 games." Perfect. So you have to laugh the pain away.
You do, and it's yes. Apparently, Cousins is very upset because he thinks, and quote from this article, that this move does not help the Falcons win in this next season. Like, this does not help the team. And I agree.
No, it doesn't at all.
I agree. That's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem. It doesn't help the team.
Switching a receiver or something random, like it doesn't do anything.
Not that good of an athlete, unfortunately. But to clarify, and we're seeing the Cardinals selection here. So we'll keep you guys updated on that and anything else that goes on with the end of this first round here. We're coming up on the last 5 picks, 6 including the Cardinals. I'm not great at math. So with Michael Penix, the one thing I will say is at least you're getting a high upside guy. Like, he is legit high upside quarterback. Like, he throws the best football of anyone in this class, even better than Caleb Williams, I would say. But he doesn't handle pressure well. He doesn't throw the middle of the field. And he's an older prospect. And like, does the older prospect thing matter in today's NFL where quarterbacks are playing, 3-4 years longer than they were even like a decade ago? Maybe that doesn't matter so much. So I'm good for the purposes
still play
of
a decade once he becomes the starter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like you draft for the rookie contract. Anything after that is gravy. So like, that also raises questions about why you're not getting half the rookie contract because he's just going to sit on the bench. But, we're going to gloss over that for the time being.
You're getting that fifth-year option, though.
You're getting that fifth-year option, buddy.
$22 million,
yeah.
Kevin.
So the main thing is, like, and why I like it better than taking Rattler is, like, I do think Penix has the upside to be a really good NFL quarterback. He like, that's the thing. Like, compared to even more so than, like, J.J. McCarthy. I think J.J. McCarthy's floor is, like, drastically higher, and he's a lot younger. But I think Penix is one of, like, 3 quarterbacks in this draft that actually have the upside of being a top 10 quarterback. I don't think Bo Nix is even a top 20 quarterback on his best day, although his floor is super high. I think J.J. McCarthy is like topping out at like quarterback 15. I think that obviously Caleb Williams and Drake May, I think are just higher floor and potentially higher ceiling too. But with Penix, he is a super talented passer. Like, there's no doubt about it. If you can figure out how to get him right with handling pressure, and you can teach him to throw the middle of the field, which there's a very spotty track record of getting that to work at the NFL level. But assuming you can do that, then it could work out. Like, there is a pathway to him actually being a top 10 NFL quarterback that a lot of these quarterback prospects actually don't have. So, like, if you're trying to take the rosiest possible view of this, he has the opportunity to be a top quarterback that few of the quarterbacks in this draft actually did. It's just when you filter it through the lens of like, well, we already have a quarterback for 2 years, and he's going to be 26 by the time he starts, and he's coming off, obviously he's had a couple of healthy seasons now, but he's had 3 season-ending injuries earlier in his career, including 2 ACL reconstructions on the same knee. Like, these things start stacking up, and this like gamble that like any franchise quarterback is a gamble. Any quarterback pick in the first round, especially the top 10, is a gamble. It doesn't really matter who it is. But when you add all these things on top of it, it's like we're just like really ratcheting up the drama, like, and the intensity of this gamble. It's like this went from like a plus 500 gamble to like a plus 20,000 gamble real fast when you factor in all these things. And like, I think we're gonna look back and be like, was it worth it to invite the drama to not improve the team this year? And like, if he becomes a franchise quarterback, then we'll be like, yes, absolutely, it was worth it because you got your franchise quarterback for the long term, and who cares, right? But otherwise, like, if he's not a franchise quarterback, even if he's just like a mediocre quarterback, we're gonna look back on this and be like, this is not worth it. I think the window for this to be a good trade, like a good pick, is very small. And that's why people are going to panic, because the chances of it working out are so small. And you've kneecapped your 2024 season with this pick. You could have had your pick of a top wide receiver 1. You could have had, the best defensive player in the draft. You could have had these guys that had a good chance to contribute over the next 2 years. And instead you took a quarterback that's going to sit for at least the next 2 years. And
I think though, Kevin, I'm going to get shit on in the comments for this, but like, I don't know if the window is as small as you're making it out to be, because again, if Kirk Cousins is here for 2 years and the team does well and they win the NFC South one of those years, right? Like, and they make the wild card maybe another year, or like something happens and they miss. If that happens and then Penix takes over and is your starting quarterback for the next 7, 8, 9 years, like, that's still successful, right? Like, you still have a quarterback for the future without having to go through this rocky transition period that we have just come out of. That's why there's this sense of desperation right now to get this right, is because you don't want to go through what they have gone through. But this roster is in a far better place than it was in 2021. The issue last year was at quarterback, and they have double dipped to correct that. But if quarterback was not the issue last year, this team probably was winning 10 or 11 games. Like that was, you want to talk about like a small window. That was a very small margin of what this team could have been last year versus what it actually was. And I was banging the table saying that it was really the quarterback play that was very deficient. And then you heard the owner come out and say that many different times. And he's usually not that like square on a player, but he was like, quarterback play needs to get better. Well, guess what? They took 2 bites out of the apple to do that. And so again, I know that right now it feels like they missed an opportunity to go get any of the guys that we just spent the last 3 months talking about and mock drafting ad nauseum to this team. But I also feel like the league showed us a little bit exactly what they thought about some of these players. Yeah, Dallas Turner went in the first round. Liatu Latu, first edge off the board. Feel great about that. But it is interesting that, you know, these players, like all the corners, like, you know, the top edge guys, like they went a little bit later than we expected. And yeah, the Falcons could have had another top receiver, but if you look at the depth chart, like I expect Kyle Pitts to be a really weird, interesting wrinkle that frankly, like the Rams, yeah, they've had Tyler Higbee, but like they haven't had somebody exactly like this. So I think that's going to be the unique variation of this offense, because every Sean McVay disciple has their own little wrinkle. The Falcons have Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. Those are kind of your 2 outside guys. Darnell Mooney and Rondale Moore, they're versatile. You can kind of move them around. I expect Rondale Moore to be your jet sweep motion guy. That's a pretty full plate right there in terms of your receiving pass catching options. I don't know where Rome Odunze slots in. And we're also then sitting here talking about, all right, like, well, what are you going to do with some of these other pieces? I know that's a very different discussion than like, all right, you drafted a guy at number 8 and now he's on the bench for the next little while. Like I totally get that those aren't apples to apples, but it was that, or it was an offensive tackle, or it, you know, it was a different quarterback. Like this was an offense heavy draft. I think that the defensive guys, we were maybe bumping up the board solely based on need. And Terry Fontenot has said time and again, like, we're not reaching for a need. I think that they totally could have moved back. I think we're all in agreement that that would have been maybe the preferred path for everybody is, all right, you didn't think that it was worth taking, you know, Dallas Turner at number 8. Cool. Move back to 16. Go get him there. Fill that need where you feel the value is more appropriate and get some other picks on day 2 or day 3 or something next year. Everybody would have been cool with that. But again, the value of a quarterback can't be overstated. And if Kirk Cousins plays the way they hope, and it doesn't just absolutely quit the team out of protest on this, and then you're able to smoothly transition, the issue and the real danger for me here is if that transition does not go smoothly. That is where this becomes a real dumpster fire of a pick, is if Kirk Cousins kind of fulfills his end of the promise, but this time next year, we're hearing rumblings that Michael Penix just is not progressing or developing the way that they hoped, or he gets out there his first preseason as a starter and it does not go well, and his first season is a real step back for the offense and the organization. That is when I think you really can point back and be like, man, that was, what were you guys thinking there? And you went after the wrong quarterback. Maybe the decision to get a quarterback still is sound, but it was the wrong evaluation of the guy. But that to me is more where this really goes off the rails. But again, the upside is real. It's just, I think, a little bit hard to see right now.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, it doesn't matter like who it was. Like if you take a quarterback, he has to hit or you're in big trouble. So it's like, it almost, right. Maybe they're just like, we feel we have strong convictions about Michael Penix. We're going to take him. We don't care because he's going to hit and everything's going to be fine. It's going to be sunshine and roses. But like, that's for like, if that guy's starting that year, like that happens. We're not even going to see Penix for 2 years. Like, and like nothing you said, well, like I'm not going against anything you said. It's just like, it's such a head scratcher. Like, I mean, I know we had, you know, Mahir Desai in the comments said, but there's a clip out there of, you know, Fontenot and Arthur Blank talking after the pick. And I know a lot of people were like, oh, well, I know there was this, you know, buzz that blank had like forced this pick, which I don't buy. It looked more like blank was pissed off at Fontenot to me, like and demanding an explanation of the pick. Now that's completely speculation. Who knows what they were talking about? They could have been talking about the catering and the draft room that night. Like,
there
why
was
the hell?
A lot of this. There was a lot of this from Fontenot. Like, you know, Terry was doing a lot of like stacking or leapfrogging or clearly explaining how the trade ups and who was going to jump who and all of that was happening, which I tweeted, you know, are they maybe going to move back into the first round? Don't think that's going to happen at this point in time, or at least it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. But I definitely picked up on, you know, he had a arm around Arthur Blank and was explaining something to him.
Explaining himself. Yes. So like, again, I don't buy this story of, oh yeah, you know, they're like Arthur Blank forced this. I think it's the opposite. I think this was what the coach, and it's like, I'm not like saying one way or the other, but you know, I don't think this was Arthur Blank's forcing anything. I think that's a convenient excuse. I think you don't fly out the whole staff to go see Michael Penix if you're not interested, you know. This isn't like if they hadn't even investigated Penix at all, then all of a sudden he's the pick at 8, then it's like, okay, that maybe somebody stepped in and did something. But like, Arthur Blank wanted a quarterback. I don't think he needed 2 quarterbacks. I don't know that he like needed 2. I think he was, I just want one good quarterback. I'm okay with that, you know, and then we could go from there. But
it's crazy in hindsight how obvious it was now. Like looking back, that we all were just like, no, that's bullshit. Even though it was like, it was literally like Penix, and then they fly out everybody, and we're still like, no, that's bullshit. Even Vegas had him at like, not even him. Like they had the Falcons taking a quarterback at like plus 2,000 or something. It's like even Vegas was duped. Like everybody was not buying it. And
because we thought like we were like, all right,
because it didn't make sense.
They're trying to like make the smoke screen. They're trying to like drum up the interest for a trade down. Like trade down is obviously the play, but yeah, I never considered that they'd actually take him.
Yeah.
I
thought if he was around in the late first, they would try to trade up for him. That was my thought.
I think that's what would make everything okay if they would have done that, because that's the real like Jordan Love kind of spin to this thing where it's like, well, they thought there was a real talent there, and maybe down the road this benefits them, and they still got Dallas Turner or Latu or somebody else, and that helps him. But like now, you know, and this is more just like they're probably going to pretend like they don't care. But what's going to suck is like, okay, it comes around, you know, late in the season. It's like we're battling for playoff spots. And it's like, man, pass rush is struggling. Would have been nice to have a pass rusher, or, oh, it would have been nice to have one of these corners like Mitchell or somebody out there, you know, opposite of AJ Terrell. And it's like, well, we got Penix sitting third string, you know, it's like
he's training, he's getting stronger. He's training.
It's like, okay. And I think too, the reaction is because we're like, you know, we're fans, you know, that's, I always say, you know, that's what makes the Falcolic unique is we're fans of the team, but we cover the team. So it's like, we definitely have more of the emotional side. We're not bouncing around from different teams, talking about different teams every other year or whatever. Like, you know, Kevin's been building the show up from Facebook. Like it's literally in his DNA at this point. Wonderful job, by the way. But it's just, so we care what this team does, but it's knowing like we won't really know the results for like 3 years. So it's like, you know, Kevin and Adnan and Will and whoever else, I know Eric's been on a few times, spent all draft season busting their ass, getting ready for all this. And it's like, well, you won't know what happens for like 3 years now because he's probably not playing. And it's like, I don't know. It just kind of sucks in that essence. It's almost like Christmas morning, and it's like you can't play with your toy for 3 years.
No,
it's right. We should be criticizing the Kyle Pitts pick. It's been 3 years.
Yeah, now you can criticize it.
Yeah, I'm still in on Kyle Pitts. I'm still in. You know, I'm still not going to besmirch that man. I feel like he's going to explode this year. But no, it's like I guarantee they didn't ask the PR team about this pick, because this is like the worst. This is the worst case scenario. They can't even hype up Penix because he's not the starter. Like they're
trying.
What the hell are they gonna do? Oh, look at our backup quarterback. Oh man, how exciting is that? Like, this is the worst case scenario for PR and all this stuff, because the first round pick is supposed to be the face of your draft, and he's not even the starter. He's not even close to the starter. He's the third quarterback. And if they hype him up, they're pissing on Kirk Cousins' face. Like, that's exactly what they're doing. They're like, oh, we're hyping up this guy that's going to replace you, Kirk. I'm sure you're going to be happy about that. Like,
this is social media staff. I pour one out for him, because this is not fun. And if you look at their tweets, like, there's no avoiding it. They have to say something, because if they don't say anything, it looks bad. So they have to say something.
Don't say anything, that'll be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not envious of that job right now, of being on that social media staff or the Falcons.
That's why I could never work for them. I'd lose my mind.
I have too many takes.
Yeah.
Or of being, on that marketing team, needing to really like you.
Yeah.
It's like, because they will. I don't know. It sucks for them, but that's another thing where we are in this unique position of we are fans, but we do our best to try and be objective. Like I think our biases do, seep in sometimes, but I feel like we do a pretty solid job of it. But at the same time, like, I don't think we've ever been the type to bullshit you and to be like, oh no, this team is just like amazing. Like, we've been telling, last year they duped all of us. I thought they would win way more than they did last year. But before last year, like, we've been telling you this team is, kind of in the shitter for the past like number of years. Like, we won't hesitate to tell you that this franchise historically has been dog shit. Pardon my language.
Yeah,
because it's like we do care, but at the same time they have nothing over us to where they can be like, oh, you guys can't criticize, because it's like, go fuck yourselves. Like, we can.
We can criticize if we want. Sometimes we criticize too much.
It's literally not possible for me to criticize. I'm carrying water for this team left and right.
Yes, we all know. Will is the shill. That's for Will the shill. Yeah. Actually, we should get that going.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, wow, that's great. In high school, it was. People called me Will the Thrill.
I like that too.
Say that on
I like that
air
too.
right now.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I'm gonna work that.
Let's forget this ever happened. No, I mean, it's too late. I think I do think I want to make a little bit of a amendment to my previous statement about like the worst thing about this pick could potentially be if that succession plan doesn't happen. I've been, taking a little bit of time to do what you were doing, Kevin, and check out a lot of the Kirk Cousins comments on Twitter. Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is sitting very well with the new face of the franchise that you just invested a lot of money in. That could also be the way that this does not, pan out for it. Like, in the very short term, this could have some very negative repercussions. At the very least, it is going to require some work to make this relationship back to neutral. Because, if Kirk Cousins just found out when they were on the clock, sure, you can say, like, we're trying to keep everything very close to the vest. But before he even puts on a Falcons helmet and suits up in a game, you've already, drafted his eventual replacement. Like, this isn't a defensive end that you've signed. This isn't, a right guard that you're bringing in. Like, this is the quarterback that you're putting a ton of money into. And instead of, drafting another weapon for him, another person to protect him, more firepower on the defense to keep these games closer so that you give him more chances. Like, again, it's a player that now you're being asked to mentor, that there's another kind of little task on your plate, another job responsibility. And it could be detrimental to Michael Penix's future if Kirk Cousins has a little bit of a Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers mindset, right? Like, I think reports indicated that Aaron Rodgers eventually came around to Jordan Love, but like, I do wonder what this initial relationship is going to look like, and whether that part was fully thought through, and clearly it wasn't communicated if it was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the plan was ever to tell Cousins, because I think if they communicated how serious they were about adding another quarterback, he would not have come to Atlanta, or would have considered it a little bit more thoroughly than he did. But I think
so.
That's
it's better to trick him.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, my guess,
he signed that contract, and now he can't
you.
go anywhere.
My honest
get
take,
out there and throw some touchdowns.
My honest take is that they did not intend to do this when they signed Kirk Cousins. And is that an even bigger indictment of the staff, that they actually didn't realize how much they liked Michael Penix before they handed $180 million to a quarterback? Maybe that's a big indictment too. I don't think this was intentional to like slight Cousins. Like, I think they realized as they got deep into the process how much they liked Penix, and how realistic it seemed like he was going to be there at 8. And so they started to get more and more serious about it as time went on. And then they, ended up making the decision to go get Penix. But it's a bad look. I mean, whether they intended to do this all along or not doesn't really matter. It looks terrible optics-wise. They're going to be panned. Like, I mean, we've already seen the Fs on Twitter. Like, I mean, like, there's.
Oh, I was actually.
And who cares about draft grades? Like, who gives a shit about draft grades? They're a complete joke, and they're a fun content exercise, and that's it. But like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people hate to pick, rightly so, I think. And like, to me, like, this fan base was so apathetic. Like, and I'm not like calling anyone out, like, and you guys in the chat, like, I'm not saying like you didn't deserve to be apathetic, but like, there was an intense apathy that developed towards the end of Arthur Smith. And like, that's the worst thing that you can have, is a fan base that doesn't care because they're out. They're like, well, this is not working. Why should I invest? And like, I feel like this pick makes the apathy worse, because it's like, okay, well, now we've got a first round pick that we can't even see for 2 years. So why should we give a shit about it? Like, who's excited coming out of day one? Day one's where you generate this buzz. You bring in someone that's going to be the face of your draft, that's going to be this big contributor. And a lot of times it doesn't work out. I mean, the draft is a crapshoot in the first round too. But like, you can usually sell the fan base on something. Like last year with Bijan, it's like, oh, he's this elite, unique offensive weapon that we're going to incorporate, and this is already run heavy offense. It's going to be great. And then the year before, Drake London, oh, we need this big time receiver. We've needed it for a long time. London just slots right in. And then we see, Kyle Pitts, they did desperately need a big time pass catcher that year. So it was like, oh, Kyle Pitts, he's like a once in a lifetime tight and all this stuff. You could sell those picks. You could get excited about those picks. There's nothing here. And like, does that really matter in the grand scheme? No, but like, you're really like ratcheting up the negativity, the apathy, everything. Like, you're gonna have to dig out of this hole that you now dug for yourselves. Like, you're gonna have to start winning before. Like, I think if they hadn't made this pick and had picked probably anyone else in the first round, not including JJ McCarthy, hell, even JJ McCarthy, I think fans would have felt a little bit better about, given his age and all this stuff. I don't really think it would have changed things in a major way, honestly. But I mean, for me, but it
still would have been weird. But
it still would have been weird. But
long term,
yeah. But like, literally anyone else, and fans were probably at least having more of a conversation about like, well, maybe I don't love this, but like, it's okay, and all this stuff, whatever, let's say, let's have a conversation about, is this the best choice they could have made or whatever. Instead, it's like we're sitting here trying to talk ourselves out of worst case scenario where like Michael Penix never turns in anything, and also we're not even going to get a chance to find out for 2 years. Like, it's like, how often do you have to like wait to 2 years to even see a top 10 pick on the field? When's the last time this has ever happened, where we've actually had to wait multiple years to even see a top 10 pick play outside of the preseason? Like, does anyone have an example of this happening? Like, in recent history?
Trey Lance.
Well, yeah. That's a big one.
I hope it doesn't end up like Trey Lance.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Right. But I mean, that's like the most recent, where it was clearly like, all right, come sit behind Jimmy Garoppolo, and oh, never mind, like, you're gone. It was like we put a rabbit in a hat, and where'd the rabbit go?
They at least tried to start him the second year. It didn't work. He got hurt, but like, they at least
who knows
to start him.
If Penix will, be taking snaps in that third preseason game, like in a year. I don't know. I do think your point about who's going to be the second quarterback, who's going to be the third quarterback this year. Like, I do think that's part of the reason Heineke is still here and took that pay cut. I think it's like, all right, you're going to be the two, but I would be very curious to see, let's say it's week 12. I might be the week that the Falcons have the bye week. I can't off the top of my head remember the schedule, but let's just say that they're playing in week 12. And if Kirk Cousins gets hurt, right, would Penix be the guy they turn to, even if on the depth chart, Taylor Heineke is the de facto number 2 quarterback? Like, I could see a scenario where Taylor Heineke is the backup quarterback in everything, like, but reality. And like, if the situation actually happens, do they turn to the more dynamic, like, younger guy who they haven't seen before, who they hopefully have more upside with, versus, the backup quarterback role is very valuable for a lot of different things, right? It assists the quarterback on game day. You come to the sidelines, you go through all what the defense is doing. You've got the charts or the, now it's not printed out, but it's all on the tablet. Like, that is very important in preparing a quarterback, not just throughout the week, but during the actual game itself and making those adjustments. However, if you got to lace it up and you got to go out there, I would be really curious to see if Michael Penix didn't leapfrog Taylor Heineke, and you keep Taylor Heineke in that backup quarterback role, and he's essentially almost like a player coach for you this season. Like, that is a wrinkle that, again, I'm with you, Kevin. I think Penix is coming in here and is the de facto third quarterback on the depth chart. But again, if the situation arises where you need to go to somebody else, I wouldn't totally rule out the fact that we might, not see Penix at all this year.
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about Penix for a few hours. The 49ers just took Ricky Pearsall.
Man, RIP the dream. Yeah.
That
dude's gonna have 1,200 yards this year.
That makes me wonder what's gonna happen with Brandon Ayuk.
They're trading him apparently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they want Kirk Cousins? Because
you want Cousins too. Yeah. We don't need him anymore apparently. So yeah.
Hey, let's send him Michael Penix. That'll make Kirk Cousins really happy.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk.
The Panthers have traded up to 32 to get a first round pick.
Panthers are like, you know what? We're gonna.
No, we want to get in. Yeah.
Something to talk about tonight.
Yep.
The Panthers heard our jokes at the start of the draft, and they took it personally.
Yep. Yes, but no, I mean we've talked this to death, and we're probably after the draft party ends, we're going to record a recap pod where we're probably going to talk about it, even probably rehash all these points again. But, we
haven't talked about a lot of the other picks tonight.
This is like dominated the conversation, honestly.
It was just so shocking, like that pick that like after that, the rest of the draft just sort of became a blur.
Yeah, honestly, yes.
Do you think the talking points are going to be more focused on, I mean, they're going to have to try and justify it in their press conference and stuff like that, but they're probably going to say how much they really loved Penix and stuff. But the fear, I noticed a lot of times when there's like a reach, the fear of, oh well, we thought this team 2 picks below us was going to take him, or not even that we thought, it was like this team was going to take him, or he wouldn't have lasted if we tried to move back in. Like, that'll be the justification, even though fan base probably won't go for it. But do you think that's going to be kind of the spin they use on it? That it's like, we had to take him at 8 because if we tried to move back, and maybe this is true, I don't know. Do you guys think if they tried to move back, like the Raiders would have took him at 13, or allegedly Minnesota would have took him instead of McCarthy? Even though it seemed like McCarthy to the Vikings was pretty well known.
Yeah, allegedly the Raiders were really high on Penix, so that's the one I would believe. I actually thought the Raiders would trade up to 8 for Penix. That was what I thought the buzz was about. So I think that I wonder if the Falcons trade talks were to figure out who was interested in Michael Penix. Like, that was the whole, but the smokescreen was that they were interested in trading.
That would be classic.
So they were getting calls to see who teams wanted to figure out who was interested in Penix and whether they could move down or not. And they figured out that the Raiders really wanted him. So I think that was that's the Galaxy brain take from me, is that the Falcons, the trading talk was actually a complete smokescreen. They wanted Michael Penix the whole time. They were trying to figure out who they had to fear trading up. And, I mean, honestly, they like played it extremely well, like to get Penix, because he wasn't even like on the board in terms of draft props for the 8th overall pick for the most part. Like he was like super far down. Like if you had put money on Penix at 8, you would, I think it was like plus 2,000 or more, like, you know, odds for Penix. So, you know, they definitely.
I think it was just quarterback in general.
Yeah, Dave's the only person in Atlanta media that had a pre-write on him. I guarantee that.
Yeah.
Like, but you're asking the right questions, Evan. Like that is probably what's going to be. I don't know if Terry Fontenot will talk about who was in on Michael Penix.
Yeah, not the specific team, but they'll probably mention
that's the right
somebody.
question. Yeah,
right.
Because that's something. I mean, I remember like Thomas Dimitroff when I was with the team, and I tweeted like, I can't even believe that I did this, but was just like, yeah, Chris Lindstrom was like a reach, because based on all the mocks, it's like he's going to go 25th, 26th, because that's just where guard value was, right? And he goes 16th. And all I heard from him was like, dude, the Vikings at 18, all in on Chris Lindstrom. They ended up taking Garrett Bradbury, right? So it's like, that is the right way to think about this. What we know publicly and what we see based on mock drafts about where players should go is wrong every single year, right? If you get 7 of the 32 picks in a mock, right? Like that's a decent mock draft. And I do think that it's very real that if the Falcons identified Penix as like, of all the quarterbacks in this draft that are available and attainable to us, Penix without a doubt is the guy that we want for the future. And based on this year's quarterback class compared to the next 2, when we conceivably need to get a quarterback for the future, Penix would be number 1 on our board far and away. Then that's the rationale and you take it. But I would expect them to really focus on the importance of finding that bridge guy, of learning that lesson. You've got a general manager who is still here who learned that lesson the hard way, right? It cost the organization a head coach. It really kind of set them back and put them in a financial hole. And they had to, after doing a lot of this clearing of the cap space and getting right financially in the books, they then had to go and dole out 180 million potentially, you know, if it all comes to fruition for Kirk. That's a lot of money to put into one position, and it sped up the timeline significantly. So I would expect them to say that like, this is a move for the future, that they still feel very confident about the roster that they have, which they said on Tuesday, that they felt like they had a little bit, they wouldn't say luxury, but that this was the right time to make this pick to set themselves up for the future. And also if Kirk happens to get hurt this year or next year, that it is an insurance policy at the like most important position in sports. So again, like whether you agree with that or not is one thing, but that's what I would expect for the messaging to be.
Yeah, I agree. And real quick, guys, we're going to close the giveaway in 1 minute. So if you want to join, make sure you type in that exclamation point enter within the next 60 seconds, and we're going to give this out. Make sure you're subscribed, make sure you're entered in the giveaway, and make sure you've joined the Falcoholic Discord. And make sure that you're here and ready to claim it once the giveaway determines who has won, so we can actually communicate it to you on Discord. So we'll give you guys another minute to do that real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Evan. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just going to say something silly because it's probably, I don't know if it's been talked about yet, but you know, there's certain writers in the Falcons community who are notorious for making typos. Have we talked about the potential typos from this?
Yeah, I haven't talked about it.
But... and SR I mean, on a normal keyboard and phone. There could be some great content if there's a silver lining here.
The name, it's an elite name. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Like I've never questioned the name grade on Michael Penix Jr. And you know, he's a guy that I had interest in like a couple of years ago when he was at Indiana as like a day 3 quarterback before he decided, you know, to go to transfer and all that stuff. I was like, oh, he's interesting. I know he's had some injuries, but it's funny how these guys, you know, how they have these winding roads and eventually, you know, do end up in various places. But that is the end of the first round, guys. The last few picks, we had the Cardinals taking edge rusher Darius Robinson at 27. The Colts traded up to 28 with the Bills. That's an odd trade. And took wide receiver Xavier Worthy. So, you know, just let that sink in for a moment. Good thing we're not in the AFC. The Cowboys took Tyler Guyton, the tackle, at 29. We had Nate Wiggins, the cornerback, going at 30 to the Ravens. The 49ers took wide receiver Ricky Pearsall at 31. And then we had the Panthers trade up to 32 from 33 to take wide receiver Xavier Legette to get their receiver with that fifth-year option. So that's where we are with that. Real quick, before we let me end the giveaway real quick, and then we will read these last couple donations. I know they're about to do the Falcons press conference, so I don't want to hold people up in case they want to watch that. So I'm going to go ahead, close this. All right, here we go. All right. There we go.
What is the giveaway?
It's for a $50 NFL shop card.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know why it's not letting me actually pick the winner here. But hold on a second, guys. Let me figure this out. If I have to manually randomize it, I will, but it would be nice if I didn't have to do that.
Man, what a night.
Yeah.
Can't believe there's 370 people.
Yeah, appreciate all you guys hanging out.
4 hours.
It's not it's not spitting out a winner automatically for me, so I'm going to randomize it real quick with an app. Apologies. Hopefully I'll have this fixed tomorrow. Just going to do a random number generator out of the number of entries. Almost 100 entries, so thanks, guys, for that. Let's see. All right. Let's see who the winner is. Number 51. Let's find out who that is. Okay. All right, we got a great name for this one. It is Dr. Slick Nuts. I love it. Dr. Slick Nuts, you are the winner of this one. Please, Dr. Slick Nuts in the chat. Please put your Discord name on the Falcoholic Discord in here, and I will reach out to you about delivering that to you.
Dr. Slick Nuts, guys.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, he's Doctor. I assume it's a he. Dr. Slick Nuts has been here for a while, so cool to see the doctor getting in.
Yeah, that's how you know it's midnight.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. So, yeah, Doctor, just let me know in the chat here what your Discord name is, so I can communicate this pick to you. Or communicate the actual, stuff for this. But yeah, guys, eventful first round. Obviously, a lot of takes here. Any final thoughts for tonight before we sign off on night one of a very eventful NFL draft?
Man, we are speechless right now.
We're speechless. We've talked about a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, Doctor, I see you on Discord.
Or in fairness, I don't think it's possible to. I think we've generated every single take possible over the past 3 hours, like every single one. So I feel like at this point we will, if we say anything else, it'll just be repetitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say the one thing I will say is NFL, please figure this out. Like, the first round should not be finishing at midnight. We have to be up for work tomorrow.
Yeah. And Doctor, I sent you a friend request on there. It looks like you're not accepting DMs from strangers, which is a good thing. You should not accept DMs from strangers typically. But I don't think I'm a stranger really. But yeah. just make sure you accept that request, and then we will get that sent out to you soon.
Vlad McConkey is still on the board, by the way, so we could build the dog quota and get a.
I would have guessed he was going to the Chiefs, but
instead they went the speed route. The Falcons, by the way, are leading Sports Center. So
somebody said NFL Network too. So I mean, that's exciting. They only talk about us when we do something like insane. Or...
So it's the national story, like all over the place. That's why we spent so long talking about it, because it's
everyone
crazy.
else is talking about it too.
No, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate you. We will be back tomorrow. The Falcons have 3 day 2 picks, so it'll be an eventful day. We'll have lots of picks to talk about. As you guys saw, we got 43 in the second round. Then we've got 74 and 79 in the third round. Got a nice lineup of guests ready to go tomorrow as well. So we're looking forward to that. Hopefully, we'll feel better after day 2. That's my hope, because I think we're all feeling a little depressed right now. But there is a situation where this does pan out, and these guys look like geniuses. I just feel like it's like threading the needle so much. And go ahead, Evan. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Shoot'em said that they're showing Terry's press conference on ESPN. That's how you know it's bad.
Yeah.
They never show our press conferences, I'm taking his word for it, or her word, I don't know, but because I don't have ESPN on, I have it on YouTube. But if they're playing that press conference on ESPN, that's not good, because that's ESPN's way of saying, here's the shit show. You all want to watch it. Here it is. They have 31 other teams they could have picked from.
They showed some of it, and now they're going to Louis Riddick, who's
he's going to shit all over it too.
I can't hear what exactly he's saying,
always mad
because I'm doing the show right now. But yeah, so the Scott Van Pelt Sports Center, this is the number one story.
It is.
They are leading with.
It's wild.
So,
it's wild.
Yeah, so the Falcons are, the talk of ESPN. It was similar last year, but for a good reason, because, everyone was excited about Bijan Robinson last year.
And everyone knew he was good.
Yeah, and now it's everyone's laughing at us. Everyone's pointing and laughing.
Oh, God. We're going to have to watch this press conference.
Me. It's either the Falcons were right and everyone else was wrong, or we screwed up.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the 2 main national guys who liked the pick were Colin Cowherd and Skip Bayless. So
not the company I usually keep with this stuff. Yeah. But guys, thank you so much for joining us for day 1. We will be back bright and early tomorrow. Not bright and early. 7 p.m. Maybe that's early for some. But we'll be back for that, guys. Looking forward to it. Hopefully we'll feel a little bit better about this after the dust clears on day 2.
Here's what I'm going to say. People are going to talk themselves into this.
Yes, I'm sure I will.
Yeah. They always do.
There's no other way. I can't be depressed about this for years, Adnan. I'm going to have to figure out some way to come to peace with this pick. But
yeah, people are going to talk themselves into it, but, let's all be honest with ourselves. Deep down, we know.
Oh, there's those people who are going to, really talk the talking points for the team. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
It's a trap.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
it's a trap. Think on your own.
Think for yourself. Yes, but thanks for watching, guys. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Join us tomorrow, 7 p.m. for day 2. We'll be back. Check out the channel memberships if you enjoy the show, want to support us. You can do it on YouTube with the channel memberships. If you're more of a podcast listener, you can do it at our Patreon, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. It was certainly one of the more interesting draft parties. This is the 8th one that we've done, so this is one of the more memorable ones. Hopefully, it'll be memorable for the right reasons later. But yeah.
For the record, if you do watch it back, my reaction was my genuine reaction.
I had to keep it inside for 5 minutes.
I can't wait.
Yeah. I did not see any leaks. I did not see anything. I was like, okay, the only thing that I got was I was reading the chat a little bit. I didn't even read the chat too far down, and someone said, "Oh, Kevin's not going to like this pick." So I was like, okay,
Kevin doesn't like a lot of things, you know.
It's like, is Kevin against, like, you know, Roma Dunze? Is Kevin against, you know, maybe it's one of the pass rushers Kevin didn't want. And then when he announced, oh my God.
Yeah.
So that was like my genuine, like, real time, like, first time I saw, oh my God. Yeah, Kevin has.
How was that poker face? Did you see that poker face? I was like,
yeah, that was a great poker. But yeah, you let me just keep talking about.
I did, yeah. I didn't want to spoil it. I wanted you to have a few more minutes of happiness before. Yeah, but guys, we'll be back. We'll be here through this whole draft. Thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been a fun one. I hope the fun will continue and be better, you know, more fun hopefully than tonight. I mean, I had a good time with you guys. It's always a fun time to have you guys on the show to join up with our fans and you know, with everyone and as we survive this team and what they try to do to us. So no matter what, we'll survive it. We've been through worse. It can never be worse than what we've already been through. I firmly believe that. So
no chance it'll ever get worse than what we've been through.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not crying yet. That's how I know it's
right. Oh yeah, I missed Brian Mann's donation saying Kirk was the king of Atlanta for 1 month. Hey, he got the 100 mil guaranteed, so at least he's got that. He can cry himself to sleep with his millions. So at least there's that. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate all of you for tonight. Oh, and Corey says the best quarterback decision the franchise made this offseason was re-signing Matt Ryan for $1 for the one-day contract for his retirement.
Brian said that Brian Mann said Kirk's agent came out with a statement.
I'm gonna have to look this up in a second.
Representing a lot of people. Like, yeah, no,
yeah, he does.
I mean, this is getting worse.
Yeah,
that's not good. It's never good for an agent to come out after.
Not when he has a lot of clients. No.
Yep. Yeah. Wow. So, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Check out the site. We'll have stuff up tomorrow morning. We'll have a recap pod probably as soon as this press conference ends. I'll be getting that out. Yeah, look forward to more takes and more stuff. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm Kevin Knight at Falcon. Kevin, thanks to Evan Birchfield for pitching, and he's at Evan Birchfield. And, of course, Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way for co-hosting tonight, and all of our guests for their contributions throughout the evening as well. We'll see you guys on Friday for day 2 of this very eventful 2024 NFL draft. We'll see you then, guys. Have a great night.